Christopher John Bjerknes. Forbidden History of the Armenian Holocaust, a Cautionary Tale for All Humanity. CJB Books.com, Chapter 1, Prehistory of the 1915 Genocide. In the early 20th century, Jewish leaders calling themselves Young Turks met in Masonic lodges in Salonika, Italy, Paris and Vienna, and plotted a coup d'état against the Sultan of Turkey, Abdul Hamid II. Jews and crypto-Jewish Donmeh of the Committee for Union and Progress took over complete control of the Turkish Empire in 1909. They had several goals. Their primary objective was to establish a segregated Jewish state in Palestine. They also sought to instigate World War I to slaughter entire Christian populations and to destroy the Turkish Empire and supplant Islamic religion and culture with a soulless and cultureless society engineered by Jewish positivists in Vienna, Paris, Italy, and Salonika. It is a well-known fact that the Salonika Committee was formed under Masonic auspices with the help of the Jews and Donmehs, or crypto-Jews of Turkey, whose headquarters are at Salonika, and whose organization took, even under Abdul Hamid, a Masonic form. Jews like Emmanuel Carasso, Salem, Sassoon, Farji, Mesler, and Donmehs, or crypto-Jews like Javid Bey and the Balji family, took an influential part both in the organization of the committee and in the deliberations of its central body at Salonika. These facts, which are known to every government in Europe, are also known throughout Turkey and the Balkans, where an increasing tendency is noticeable to saddle the Jews and Donmehs with responsibility for the sanguinary blunders which the committee has made. Vienna correspondent for the London Times, Jews and the Situation in Albania. The London Times, 11 July 1911, page 5. 1909, the Jewish-led and Jewish-financed Committee for Union and Progress, Ittihad ve Terakki, overthrew the Turkish Empire that controlled Palestine. Zionist bankers had long sought to break apart the Ottoman Empire and seize control of Palestine. These Jews sought to take Palestine from its indigenous population and turn it into a segregated Jewish state by expelling, displacing or killing off the native Palestinian population and supplanting it with colonies of Eastern European Jews. Those European Jews were largely of European Khazarian and Berber descent, not Judean. Sir Gerard Lowther, who was ambassador from the United Kingdom to the Ottoman Empire from 1908 to 1913, exposed this Judeo-Masonic coup d'état. He sent numerous letters to the British Foreign Office revealing the fact that the Young Turk Revolution was in fact a Jewish takeover led by Jews and crypto-Jews, Donmeh, from Salonika, most all of whom were high-ranking Freemasons. On 22 August 1910, Sir Gerard Lowther wrote to the British Foreign Office, "In its internal form, the committee appears to be a Judeo-Turkish dual alliance, the Turks supplying a splendid military material, and the Jews the brain, enterprise, money, e.g. Javid Bey's recent loan in Paris, and a strong press influence in Europe, while, as shown by Zionist literature since the Revolution, the Jewish world seems to have now turned its eyes towards Mesopotamia as the land best suited to Jewish colonization and the ultimate formation of a Jewish autonomous state. The Jews who now seem to inspire and control the inside machinery of the state and are bent on the economic and industrial capture of Young Turkey appear determined that no important enterprise shall be started in Mesopotamia without their participation, if not control, and it is perhaps significant that the attacks on Sir William Wilcox have been led by a Jew in a Jewish organ here, and the opposition to the lynch scheme in Turkish circles was mainly the work of Sassoon Effendi, the Jewish deputy for Baghdad. The Jews, in order to maintain their position of influence in Young Turkey circles, have to play up to, if not encourage, Turkish nationalist tendencies, and the two elements make a distinctly strong combination which has to be reckoned with, especially by those interested in Mesopotamia. It must, moreover, not be forgotten that the present form of constitutionalism in Turkey is not one which the masses have risen up and demanded, but is rather a form which a free-thinking oligarchy have imposed on the masses at the point of the bayonet. This minority, who are also in a sense anti-clerical, have felt the necessity of replacing the old theocratic conception of the deeply religious Mussulman by a new pan-Islamic and pan-Asiatic creed. Again, the purely Turkish element, inspired by its past traditions of conquest and its martial superiority, naturally arrogates to itself the role of protector of other Asiatic and Islamic peoples. The result is a strong anti-Russian current. Ambassador Lowther sent an especially detailed letter to the head of the British Foreign Office, Sir Charles Harding, on 29th May 1910. It may have been written in the majority by Gerald Henry Fitzmaurice, who was the chief dragoman of the British Embassy in Turkey. The letter stated, among many other revealing things, this new Freemasonry in Turkey, unlike that of England and America, is in great part secret and political, and information on the subject is only obtainable in strict confidence, while those who betray its political secrets seem to stand in fear of the hand of the mafia. Some days ago, a local Mason who divulged the signs of the craft was actually threatened with being sent before the court-martial, sitting in virtue of our state of siege. The Young Turkey movement in Paris was quite separate from, and in great part in ignorance of the inner workings of that in Salonika. The latter town has a population of about 140,000, of whom 80,000 are Spanish Jews, and 20,000 of the sect of Sabbatai Zevi, or crypto-Jews, who externally profess Islamism. Many of the former have in the past acquired Italian nationality, and are Freemasons affiliated to Italian lodges. Nathan, the Jewish Lord Mayor of Rome, is high up in Masonry, and the Jewish premiers Luzzati and Sonnino, and other Jewish senators and deputies, are also, it appears, Masons. Emanuele Carasso, a Jewish Mason of Salonika, and now deputy for that town in the Ottoman Chamber, founded there a lodge called Macedonia Risorta, in connection with Italian Freemasonry. He appears to have induced the Young Turks, officers and civilians, to adopt Freemasonry with a view to exerting an impalpable Jewish influence over the new dispensation in Turkey. The inspiration of the movement in Salonika would seem to have been mainly Jewish. Carasso began to play a big role, including his successful capture of the Balkan Committee, and it was noticed that Jews of all colours, native and foreign, were enthusiastic supporters of the new dispensation till, as a Turk expressed it, every Hebrew seemed to become a potential spy of the occult committee, and people began to remark that the movement was rather a Jewish than a Turkish revolution. The Italian government appointed a Jew and Mason called Primo Levi, who was not in the consular career, as consul general at Salonika, and Oscar Strauss, who, together with Jacob Schiff, had influenced the American Jews in favor of Jewish immigration into Mesopotamia as opposed to other territorialist plans, and, as an extended form of Zionism, was appointed American ambassador here. Carasso was one of the bearers of the message of deposition to Abdul Hamid, who was conveyed to Salonika and confined in the house of the Italian Jewish bankers of the committee, while a brother of Remzi Bey was set over him as keeper. After the deposition, the Jewish papers of Salonika sent up a loud cry of deliverance from the oppressor of Israel, who had twice turned a deaf ear to the appeals of Herzl, the Zionist leader, and who, by the imposition of the Red Passport, like our own Aliens Act, against Polish Jewish immigrants and otherwise, had thwarted the realization of the ideals of Zionism in Palestine. The 9th Zionist Congress in December 1909 at Hamburg announced that the divisions in the Jewish world between territorialists and Zionists, as a miracle of the Turkish Revolution, had been healed. At the same time, Javid Bey, deputy for Salonika, an exceedingly clever and gifted crypto-Jew and Freemason, was made Minister of Finance, while Talat Bey, also a Freemason, became Minister of the Interior. Parliament was ordered to pass a very stringent press law, and a Salonika crypto-Jew and Freemason was made Directeur du Bureau de la Presse, a post of enormous power, as its holder can suppress a paper for severe criticism of the new regime, dubbed reaction, or have the proprietor or editor court-martialed. A semi-inspired Ottoman telegraph agency was started under the direction of a Baghdad Jew, and an all but successful attempt was made to appoint a Salonika Jewish lawyer and Mason as advisor to the Ministry of Justice. The Constantinople head branch of the Committee of Union and Progress is also run by a Salonika crypto-Jew and Mason. Another Salonika crypto-Jew and Freemason made determined attempts to be appointed prefect, i.e. Lord Mayor, of the capital, but has not yet succeeded in his aim, though Prince Said Halim, an Egyptian Freemason, has become deputy mayor. The old Ministry of Police was replaced by the Sûreté Publique, controlling the police and gendarmerie, and put in charge of a Salonika Freemason. Talat Bey, the Minister of the Interior, who is of Gypsy descent and comes from Kirjali in the Adrianople district, and Javid Bey, the Minister of Finance, who is a crypto-Jew, are the official manifestations of the occult power of the committee. They are the only members of the cabinet who really count, and are also the apex of Freemasonry in Turkey. A Turk described it as a process of drugging the latter with Jewish hashish. From the foregoing or any close inspection of the Young Turkey movement in its present stage, it will appear to be principally Jewish and Turkish, as opposed to other Ottoman elements, e.g. Arabs, Greeks, Bulgarians, Armenians, etc. It was hoped in the beginning that the Armenians, Bulgarians, Greeks and the Ottoman Jew would serve as economic props, but the Young Turk seems to have allied himself solely with the Jew, Ottoman and foreign, and to have estranged the other races. The same result has been witnessed in Hungary, where the Hungarian, who is of Turkish stock and is similarly devoid of real business instincts, has come under the almost exclusive economic and financial domination of the Jew. As Turkey happens to contain the places sacred to Israel, it is but natural that the Jew should strive to maintain a position of exclusive influence and utilize it for the furtherance of his ideals, viz., the ultimate creation of an autonomous Jewish state in Palestine or Babylonia, as explained by Israel Zangwill in his article in the Fortnightly Review of April. He would kill two birds with one stone if he could obtain from the Turk unrestricted immigration of Jews into Turkey, an aim that he has been pursuing for years back, and transfer to Mesopotamia some millions of his co-religionists in bondage in Russia and Romania. In return for unrestricted immigration of foreign Jews, he has offered the Young Turk to sacrifice his mother tongue and replace it by Turkish, and even to take over the whole of the Turkish national debt. Dr. Nazim, one of the most influential members of the Salonika Committee and said to be of Jewish extraction, has, in company with his Fidus Ashates, a certain Faik Bey Toledo, a crypto-Jew of Salonika, visited the Paris branch of the ICA, Judeo-Colonization Association, and has since openly advocated importing 200,000 Romanian Jews into Macedonia and some millions of Russian Jews into Mesopotamia. Doubtless, when Young Turkey, with its heavy military expenditure, is in need of borrowing, further pressure will be applied by the Jewish lenders. For the Auror, Shefak, a Zionist organ, started a year ago in Constantinople, is never tired of reminding its readers that the domination of Egypt, the land of the pharaohs who forced the Jews to build the pyramids, is part of the future heritage of Israel. Mesopotamia and Palestine are, however, only the ultimate goal of the Jews. The immediate end for which they are working is the practically exclusive economic capture of Turkey and new enterprises in that country. They hold or control all the pivotal points in the machinery of the Young Turkey government, though the Ministry of Public Works is still held by an Armenian Halagian Effendi. When his predecessor, another Armenian, was got rid of, a determined attempt was made to appoint a Jew or a Jewish nominee. His position is now still shaky, and the most bitter and constant attacks on him come from a Jewish-financed paper, Le Young Turk, while there are rumors that his successor will be a Jew or a Turk with a Jew at his elbow. It is obvious that the Jew, who is so vitally interested in maintaining his sole predominance in the councils of the Young Turkey, is equally interested in keeping alive the flames of discord between the Turk and the Jews' possible rivals, e.g., the Armenians, Greeks, etc., while it is to be inferred that he would not be averse to the new regime increasing the national indebtedness to the Hebrew financiers. The Jew hates Russia and its government. The Jew can help the Young Turk with brains, business enterprise, his enormous influence in the press of Europe, and money in return for economic advantages and the eventual realization of the ideals of Israel. The Jew has supplied funds to the Young Turks and has thus acquired a hold on them, but in order to retain this hold, he has to appear at least to approve and aid the Young Turk towards the accomplishment of national dreams. Secrecy and elusive methods are essential to both. The Oriental Jew is an adept at manipulating occult forces, and political Freemasonry of the continental type has been chosen as the most effective bond and cloak to conceal the inner workings of the movement. The Young Turk, which, like some other organs in the Ottoman capital, is subventioned by the Jews. But all this is dependent on European, i.e., mainly Jewish, financiers supplying it with the sums required to keep up an army which is disproportionate to its actual state of economic development. The Union, the Committee of Union and Progress, was the Jewish power behind the Young Turks. Crypto-Jewish Donmeh, together with other Jews, planned and executed the genocide of the Armenian people. The Times History of the War, Printing House Square, London, Volume 14, 1918, page 308, states, "In European Turkey, the Spanish Jews, or Sephardim, as they came to call themselves, found the two conditions essential for their prosperity, a benevolent government and a country in a low state of economic development. They settled in the chief commercial centres, Constantinople, Uskub, Sarajevo, and above all, Salonika, and rapidly supplanted Greeks, Venetians, Genoese, and Ragusans. The settlement of the Sephardim in Rumelia was a noteworthy epoch in the history of the Jews, for it marked the first retracing of their steps in the direction of Zion. But these Sephardim never girded themselves for the final stages of the road. Salonika, with its 80,000 Jews speaking their inherited Spanish dialect, was already a Jewish home, and who could expect a Jew, with his history of wanderings behind him, to abandon lightly so fair an asylum? Loyalty and material interest combined to make the Sephardim stay where they were and stand by the Turks. They became linked to the Turks more intimately through a crypto-Jewish Muslim community, the Donmeh, descended from Sephardim converted in the 17th century. The Donmeh were represented by Javid Bey, the financier, on the Committee of Union and Progress, and through Oriental Freemasonry, which they controlled, the Salonika Sephardim were associated from the beginning with the Young Turkish movement. In Turkey, as in Hungary, and from the same mixed motives of gratitude and ambition, they threw in their lot with the ruling race, and they supplied the intellectual element in the new Turkish nationalism. The author of the standard exposition of the Pan-Turanian movement, who called himself by the pure Turkish name of Tekin Alp, is believed to have been a Salonika Jew. And there is also reason to suppose that the secularizing anti-Islamic tendency, which is so remarkable a feature in Pan-Turanianism, was partly the effect of this Jewish influence. Though it outwardly appeared that the three pashas, Talat Pasha, Minister of the Interior, Enver Pasha, Minister of War, and Cemal Pasha, Minister of the Navy, ran the government of the Ottoman Empire, there was a hidden government behind the open government. The Committee of Union and Progress, in which the three pashas were prominent members, truly ran the Ottoman Empire from behind the scenes. It was in turn overseen by Jewish bankers, principally the Rothschild family. The Rothschilds sought to take the oil of Baku and to establish themselves as dynastic kings of the Jews in Palestine. Though the three pashas were tried in absentia after the First World War and were sentenced to death, the ultimate forces behind the genocide have not received punishment, or even been widely acknowledged as the culprits who secretly sponsored the mass murder of 1.5 million Armenians, as well as millions of Greeks and Assyrians. Their agenda continued to advance long after the deaths of the three pashas who had worked for them. Prime Minister David Lloyd George stated in a speech he delivered in Manchester on the 14th of October 1922 that 1.5 million Armenians perished in the Armenian Holocaust. It is enough for me to call attention to the fact that since 1914 the Turks, according to testimony, official testimony, we have slaughtered in cold blood 1.5 million of Armenians, men, women and children, and 500,000 Greeks without any provocation at all. Several excerpts from Lysimachos Economos collection of evidentiary documents, The Martyrdom of Smyrna and Eastern Christendom, George Allen and Unwin listed, London, 1922, provide proof of the Judeo-Turkish alliance which committed atrocities against Armenians, Greeks and Assyrian Christians. The architect of the Armenian genocide, Talat Pasha, openly discussed the Muslim-Jewish alliance. Jews, Turks and Kurds were left alone while Christians were mass murdered. Much the same thing later happened in Bolshevik Russia, which was also run by Judeo-Freemasons, including Leon Trotsky and Vladimir Lenin. Synagogues were spared the Red Terror while Christian churches were razed or converted into pig barns. Note the proximity of the quarters in the map contained in the illustration from the book, which is here reprinted. The Armenians and Greeks lived side by side, as did the Jews and Turks. The following statements from the text evince the collusion of Jews and Turks against Armenians. The fire seems also to have approached the Masaba railway station, owned by the French Railway Company, and as the wind usually blows from southwest to northeast, it naturally carries the flames right through the Greek, Armenian, and foreign quarters, leaving the Turkish quarter and the Jewish quarter intact. The famous wind called imbat blows almost as regularly as clockwork from noon, or 2 o'clock, till sunset. For once, rumour had not exaggerated. Here and there, by some curious chance, a building has escaped the general destruction, but, with very few exceptions, houses outside the Turkish and Jewish quarters have been involved in a common ruin, and one of the richest trading cities of the Levant lies a stark skeleton. Messages from Athens and elsewhere, through Reuters and other agencies, give the following further details of the scenes in doomed Smyrna. Refugees say that the Kemalists spared nobody except their co-religionists and Jews. Massacre and incendiarism were the order of the day and were carried out by groups headed by Turkish officers. Houses and stores were looted by soldiers and civilians and afterwards set on fire. Mutilated and burnt corpses were everywhere to be seen, and the atmosphere was poisoned with the smell of burnt flesh emanating from the ruins. No Armenians, seen, women and girls were taken to the outskirts of the town and massacred. Since Thursday, no Armenians have been seen in Smyrna. Some, doubtless, are in hiding, but it is feared that even infants have been massacred. The quay on which were concentrated the panic-stricken and trembling refugees presents the most tragic human spectacle imaginable. The groans and agonizing cries of the wounded and dying are heard on all sides, and all are suffering from hunger and thirst. 120,000 dead boats and lighters to carry the refugees to the available ships are insufficient, and many attempting to reach the ships by swimming were drowned, whilst others were shot from the quay. Several of the refugees, particularly the women, became insane. It is impossible to learn the number of lives lost, but the lowest estimate given by refugees places the total at 120,000. Large numbers of Greeks and Armenians were summarily shot on a charge of having helped the Greek army or committed imaginary crimes. Among the refugees is the wife of Dr. Murphy. He had formerly been in the Indian service and for many years had been settled in Smyrna, where he was known for his philanthropy. It is said he met his death at the hands of a Russian Jew, a soldier in the Turkish army. This man, after receiving from the doctor all the coin there was in the house and a cheque for £2,000, struck him down with his sword and hurled pieces of valuable crockery at him. The soldier then commanded Mrs. Murphy to play the piano. She fled, pursued by the soldier, but was succoured by an Allied patrol. The doctor was taken to hospital, where he died. In this exodus, the Greeks are making south for Greece, the Armenians are migrating north to Bulgaria, and the Jews are staying where they are. All Greeks and Armenians have left Adrianople, the only shops open being those of Turks and Jews. During Passover, Exodus 12:13-28, the God of Israel told the Israelites to smear the blood of a lamb or goat on their doors to mark their houses so that the angel of death would pass over them while slaughtering the firstborn sons of the Egyptians. Armenians are the firstborn sons of Christianity and were equated to the first nation to attack Israel, the Amalekites. The firstborn was sacrificed to Moloch and signify the evil chaos, void and darkness of the Gentiles that must be separated from the holy light of the Jews. Tony Christ wrote in his book Breadcrumb, a Greek Odyssey, by now Vasile had the complete attention of the group. Over the years, it has been claimed that the Turkish government was not responsible for these slaughters, hogwash. The grunts of common knowledge resounded among the group. The authors of the Christian Holocaust controlled the Committee for Union and Progress, which controlled the Young Turks who, in turn, controlled the military of Turkey long before Ataturk was proclaimed president. Among the notable men who controlled the committee were Mehmed Talat Pasha, Ismail Enver Pasha, and Ahmed Jamal Pasha. The committee formed the butcher battalions, viciously uprooting and murdering over 70% of a law-abiding Christian population that numbered as high as 5 million at the turn of the century. Talat Pasha, Enver Pasha, and Jamal Pasha, who orchestrated the Armenian Christian slaughter, were of Jewish ancestry. Along with Ataturk, a Jew with Greek blood, they were members of the Jewish Donmeh. So was Dr. Selanikli Najim, their chief ideologist and purveyor of their mental poison. All around, people were shaking their heads in dumbfounded disbelief. This was news to us all. Still, he continued with the shocking revelations. Enver was from Salonika. Mustafa Kemal, who ruled Turkey from 1920 to 1938, was from Salonika. With them was Emanuel Karaso, a Turkish Jew from Salonika, who was the Grand Master of the Freemasonic lodge known as Macedonia Risorto, the strong benefactor of the Committee of Union and Progress. In 1916, Talat and Jamal let it be known that all Jewish shop owners in Constantinople should mark their shops with red so they wouldn't be mistaken for Christian businesses. The fact that many elitist groups within the Committee for Union and progress with Jewish has been suppressed, deliberately or not, but the extraordinary irony can be lost on no one. Let us not forget either that Jews comprised the great majority of Bolsheviks in Russia. In fact, the Young Turks were the first government in the world to recognize Lenin's gang of cutthroats after the Russian Revolution. There is a lot of evidence that indicates close ties between the Young Turks, Bolsheviks, and other revolutionary movements before they even seized power. A common link between all these groups is an extremely high number of Jews in their ranks, as well as nihilistic and relativistic philosophies guiding their actions in seeking to violently overthrow the existing order. The Jews were indeed the controlling element that orchestrated the slaughters and benefited greatly from the theft of Christian cultural and material wealth, in plain view of the ghosts of their rightful owners, not only in Asia Minor, but wherever these parasites gained power. The God of Israel compels the Jews to wage a war of extermination on the Amalekites in every generation. The Jewish book of Deuteronomy 25:17-19 states, "Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt, how he met thee by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God. Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven, thou shalt not forget it." Exodus 17:14-16. "And the Lord said unto Moses, Write this for a memorial in a book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar, and called the name of it Jehovah Nissi. For he said, Because the Lord hath sworn that the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation." In his book, Reckless Rights, Purim, and the Legacy of Jewish Violence, Elliot Horowitz discussed the very old Jewish belief that the Armenians are Amalekites. On Sunday, October 10th, when the Armenians in Jerusalem's Old City were observing the exaltation of the Holy Cross, or Holy Cross Day, a cross was carried by the local archbishop in the traditional procession near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Natan Zvi Rosenthal, a 21-year-old student at the ultranationalist Har Hamor Yeshiva, happened to be passing by and spat upon both the processional cross and the archbishop, who responded by slapping Rosenthal. I would suggest, therefore, that acts of enmity toward Armenian processions and clergymen should be seen against the background of a long Jewish tradition reaching back to the 10th century, whereby Armenians were referred to, not always in a hostile manner, as Amalekites. This tradition, which shall be examined in greater detail in Chapter 5, was still very much alive in the 19th century. In 1839, the British missionary Joseph Wolfe, who was active in both Palestine and Yemen, found it remarkable that the Armenians, who are detested by the Jews as the supposed descendants of the Amalekites, are the only Christian church who have interested themselves for the protection and conversion of the Jews. Similarly, in their 1842 account of their extensive missionary efforts among Jews in both Europe and the Middle East, the Scottish missionaries Bonar and McChaney suggested that the peculiar hatred which the Jews bear to the Armenians may arise from a charge often brought against them, namely, that Haman was an Armenian and that the Armenians are the Amalekites of the Bible. On Saturday, March 11th, 1995, when a procession of Armenian priests was making its way with a large cross from Jerusalem's Armenian quarter to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Moshe Ehrenfeld, a Jewish resident of the city, spat conspicuously as the procession passed. Although newspaper reports concerning the 1995 incident, for which Ehrenfeld, who was found guilty of interfering with a religious ritual was fined and given a suspended 2-month prison sentence. Failed to mention that it occurred on Shabbat Zakor, the Sabbath before Purim. There can be little doubt that Ehrenfeld himself was aware of that momentous date. In the 19th century, the term Amalekite was almost always used negatively with regard to Armenians, possibly as a result of the economic competition that often prevailed between them and the Jews, both of whom were known for their sly business practices. In 1839, as mentioned in the introduction, the British missionary Joseph Wolfe found it remarkable that the Armenians, who are detested by the Jews as the supposed descendants of the Amalekites, are the only Christian church who have interested themselves for the protection and conversion of the Jews. 3 years later, as also mentioned there, the Scottish missionaries Bonar and McCheyne suggested that the peculiar hatred which the Jews bear to the Armenians may arise from a charge often brought against them, namely, that Haman was an Armenian and that the Armenians are the Amalekites of the Bible. Late in the 19th century, Joseph Judah Chorney reported hearing from the Jews of Georgia among whom he had travelled of their ancestral tradition that the Armenians were descendants of the Amalekites, and another Jewish traveller reported a bizarre practice in eastern Galicia, whereby the Armenians who did business with the local Jews would mourn Haman's death every Purim and light candles in his memory. If there was any truth to the latter report, it is likely that Armenians were paid to do so by the local Jews as a form of Purim entertainment, just as elsewhere in Eastern Europe, Jews would often hire Christians to play the role of Haman in their Purim spiel. During the final decade of the 19th century, the Latvian-born scholar and polemicist Ephraim Dynard published a privately printed pamphlet against the use on the holiday of Sukkot of etrogim, citrons, from Greece, especially those grown on the island of Corfu, where, in 1891, a blood libel had caused most of the 7,000 local Jews to flee for their lives. The etrogim of Corfu had been a controversial subject throughout the 19th century, primarily because of problematic rabbinic supervision, and the controversy had been rekindled in 1875 after dealers raised their prices. Dynard's pamphlet, which carried the provocative title Milhama Lashem B. Amalek, God's War with Amalek, was perhaps the most rabid contribution to the renewed debate. Among the reasons he gave for boycotting the etrogim of Greece was that its denizens were descendants of Amalek. His strange confidence in making this assertion would seem to have drawn on the tradition maintained for centuries that the Armenians, including members of their large diaspora, were Amalekites. Both the Armenians and the Greeks were minorities within the world of Christendom, with a prominence nonetheless in the holy city of Jerusalem. The venerable tradition of regarding the former as Amalekites evidently allowed Dynard to extend the category to the latter as well. 1.2 Jews, Crypto-Jews and Freemasons, the means. In the biblical account of the twins Esau and Jacob, Jacob wears goatskins to resemble his hairy brother Esau in order to steal his birthright, blessings and Esau's soul by imitating him before their blind father Isaac, who mistakenly took Jacob for Esau and bestowed Esau's firstborn blessing on secondborn Jacob. The story of Esau and Jacob and that of Esther and Haman were allegorical lessons which teach Jews to change their names, pretend to be Gentiles or feign religious conversion and thereby fool Gentiles into believing that they are also Gentiles. They do this in order to infiltrate Gentile society and government and commit atrocities against non-Jews without being detected as Jews. Anan ben David, the Marrano Jews in Spain, Sabbatai Zevi, Jacob Frank and the Donmeh imitated the biblical crypto-Jews Jacob and Esther. Jacob was the first crypto-Jew. The Armenian genocide was the product of the Torah's commandments to the Jews to exterminate the Amalekites. These mitzvot compel the Jews to wage war on the Amalekites in every generation until not a single Amalekite is left alive. Religious Jews believe that Armenians are the Amalekites and therefore must be completely exterminated. Jews have called the Armenians Amalekites in a genocidally pejorative sense for more than 1,000 years. The Messianic founder of the sect of Donmeh crypto-Jews who conducted the Armenian genocide was a Kabbalistic Jew named Sabbatai Zevi. Zevi declared that he was the Messiah and that Jews should move to Palestine and seize Jerusalem as their capital. Palestine was then a part of the Ottoman Empire, and Zevi's challenge to the sovereignty of the empire angered the Sultan. In imitation of Anan ben David, Zevi feigned conversion to Islam in 1666 in order to save his life from the Sultan's wrath. He then convinced Muslims to embrace Kabbalah and taught his Jewish followers to pretend to convert to Islam, which many of them did. Their descendants became the Donmeh. It is quite significant that Sabbatai Zevi is said to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which is the day of many catastrophes, and to have died on Yom Kippur, the day messiahs are sacrificed to Satan in order to turn the devil into the advocate of Israel. Zevi's father was named Mordecai. Biblical Mordecai fought against Haman and the Amalekites and eventually committed genocide against them. The Jewish Encyclopedia wrote in 1905, Sabbatai Zevi ben Mordecai, pseudo-messiah and Kabbalist, founder of the Sabbataian sect, born on the 9th of Ab, July 23rd, 1626, at Smyrna. Died, according to some, on the Day of Atonement, September 30, 1676, at Duligno, a small town in Albania. He was of Spanish descent. His father, Mordecai, had been a poor poultry dealer in the Morea. Later, when, in consequence of the war between Turkey and Venice under the Sultan Ibrahim, Smyrna became the center of the trade in the Levant, Mordecai became the agent in that town of an English house whose interests he guarded with strict honesty, and he acquired considerable wealth. Early years. In accordance with the prevailing custom of the Oriental Jews of that time, Sabbatai was destined by his father for a Talmudist. In his early youth he attended the yeshiva under the veteran rabbi of Smyrna, Joseph Escapa. But halakhic and pilpulistic studies did not appeal to his enthusiastic and fanciful mind, nor did he apparently attain any proficiency in the Talmud. On the other hand, mysticism and the Kabbalah, in the prevailing style of Isaac Luria, had a great fascination for him. Especially did the practical Kabbalah, with its asceticism and its mortification of the body, whereby its devotees claimed to be able to communicate with God and the angels, to predict the future, and to perform all sorts of miracles, appeal to him. In his boyhood he had inclined to a life of solitude. According to custom, he married early but avoided intercourse with his wife, so that she applied for a divorce, which he willingly granted. The same thing happened with a second wife. Later, when he became more imbued with the fancies of the Kabbalah, he lost all mental equilibrium. He imposed the severest mortifications on himself, bathed frequently in the sea, even in winter, fasted day after day, and lived constantly in a state of ecstasy. Influence of English millenarianism. In connection with the preliminary causes which, as far as they are known, may account for the fateful role which was subsequently assumed by Sabbatai, another point should be mentioned here. During the first half of the 17th century, some extravagant notions of the near approach of the Messianic time, and more especially of the redemption of the Jews and their return to Jerusalem, were set forth by Christian writers and entertained by Jews and Christians alike. The so-called apocalyptic year was assigned by Christian authors to the year 1666. This belief was so predominant that Manasseh B. Israel, in his letter to Cromwell and the English Parliament, did not hesitate to use it as a motive for his plea for the readmission of the Jews into England, remarking that the opinions of many Christians and mine do concur herein, that we both believe that the restoring time of our nation into their native country is very near at hand. Sabbatai's father, who as the agent of an English house was in constant touch with English people, must have frequently heard of these expectations, and himself strongly inclined to believe them, must naturally have communicated them to his son, whom he almost deified because of his piety and Kabbalistic wisdom, claims messiahship. Apart from this general messianic theory, there was another computation based on a presumably interpolated passage in the Zohar, and particularly popular among the Jews, according to which the year 1648 was to be the year of Israel's redemption by the Messiah. All these things so worked on the bewildered mind of Sabbatai as to lead him to conceive and partly carry out a plan which was of the gravest consequences for the whole of Jewry, and whose effects are felt even at the present time. He decided to assume the role of the expected Messiah. Though only 22 years old, he dared, in the ominous year 1648, to reveal himself at Smyrna to a band of followers whom he had won over through his Kabbalistic knowledge, his attractive appearance and personality, and his strange actions, as the true Messianic Redeemer designated by God to overthrow the governments of the nations and to restore Israel to Jerusalem. His mode of revealing his mission was the pronouncing of the Tetragrammaton in Hebrew, an act which was allowed only to the high priest in the sanctuary on the Day of Atonement. This was of great significance to those acquainted with rabbinical and especially Kabbalistic literature. However, Sabbatai's authority at the age of 22 did not reach far enough to gain for him many adherents. Among the first of these to whom he revealed his messiahship in the foregoing manner were Isaac Silveira and Moses Pinheiro, the latter a brother-in-law of the Italian rabbi and Kabbalist Joseph Ergas. Sabbatai remained for several years at Smyrna, leading a pious, mystic life and causing in the community many bickerings, the details of which are not known. The College of Rabbis, having at their head his teacher Joseph Escapa, watched Sabbatai closely, and when his messianic pretensions became too bold, they put him and his followers under the ban. About the year 1651, according to others 1654, Sabbatai and his disciples were banished from Smyrna. Whither he betook himself is not quite certain. In 1653, or at the latest 1658, he was in Constantinople, where he made the acquaintance of a preacher, Abraham ha-Yakini, a disciple of Joseph de Trani, and a man of great intelligence and high repute, who, either from selfish motives or from delight in mystification, confirmed Sabbatai in his delusions. Ha-Yakini is said to have forged a manuscript in archaic characters and in a style imitating the ancient apocalypses, and which, as he alleged, bore testimony to Sabbatai's messiahship. It was entitled The Great Wisdom of Solomon and began, I, Abraham, was confined in a cave for 40 years, and I wondered greatly that the time of miracles did not arrive. Then was heard a voice proclaiming, A son will be born in the year 5386, 1626, to Mordecai Zevi, and he will be called Sabbatai. He will humble the great dragon, he, the true Messiah, will sit upon my God's throne. In Salonika. With this document, which he appears to have accepted as an actual revelation, Sabbatai determined to choose Salonika, at that time a centre of Kabbalists, as the field for his further operations. Here he boldly proclaimed himself as the Messiah, gaining many adherents. In order to impress his messiahship upon the minds of his enthusiastic friends, he indulged in all sorts of mystic juggleries, e.g., the celebration of his marriage as Son of God, Ein Sof, with the Torah, preparing for this performance a solemn festival to which he invited his friends. The consequence was that the rabbis of Salonika banished him from the city. The sources differ widely as to the route taken by him after this expulsion: Alexandria, Athens, Constantinople, Jerusalem, Smyrna, and other places being mentioned as temporary centers of his impostures. Finally, however, after long wanderings, he settled in Cairo, Egypt, where he resided for about 2 years, 1660 to 1662. At that time, there lived in Cairo a very wealthy and influential Jew named Raphael Joseph Halabi, of Aleppo, who held the high position of mint master and tax farmer under the Turkish government. Despite his riches and the external splendor which he displayed before the public, he continued to lead privately an ascetic life, fasting, bathing, and frequently scourging his body at night. His great wealth he used most benevolently, supplying the needs of poor Talmudists and Kabbalists, 50 of whom permanently dined at his table. Sabbatai at once made the acquaintance of Raphael Joseph, who, being possessed by eccentric, mystic ideas, became one of the most zealous promulgators of his messianic plans. It seems, however, that Cairo did not appear to Sabbatai to be the proper place wherein to carry out his long-cherished scheme. The apocalyptic year 1666 was approaching, and something had to be done to establish his messiahship. He therefore left the Egyptian capital and betook himself to Jerusalem, hoping that in the holy city a miracle might happen to confirm his pretensions. Arriving there about 1663, he at first remained inactive so as not to offend the community. He again resorted to his former practice of mortifying the body by frequent fasting and other penances in order to gain the confidence of the people, who saw therein proofs of extraordinary piety. With great shrewdness, he adopted also various means of an inoffensive character which helped him to endear himself to the credulous masses. Being endowed with a very melodious voice, he used to sing psalms during the whole night, or at times even coarse Spanish love songs to which he gave a mystic interpretation, attracting thereby crowds of admiring listeners. At other times he would pray at the graves of pious men and women, and, as some of his followers reported, shed floods of tears, or he would distribute all sorts of sweetmeats to the children on the streets. Thus he gradually gathered around him a circle of adherents who blindly placed their faith in him. At this juncture, an unexpected incident brought him back to Cairo. The community of Jerusalem needed money in order to avert a calamity which greedy Turkish officials planned against it. Sabbatai, known as the favorite of the rich Raphael Joseph Halabi, was chosen as the envoy of the distressed community, and he willingly undertook the task as it gave him an opportunity to act as the deliverer of the holy city. As soon as he appeared before Halabi, he obtained from him the necessary sum, a success which gave him great prestige and offered the best prospects for his future messianic plans. His worshippers indeed dated his public career from this second journey to Cairo. Marries Sarah. Another circumstance assisted Sabbatai in the course of his second stay at Cairo. During the Chmielnicki massacres in Poland, a Jewish orphan girl named Sarah, about 6 years old, had been found by Christians and sent to a nunnery. After 10 years' confinement, she escaped in a miraculous way and was brought to Amsterdam. Some years later, she came to Leghorn, where, according to authentic reports, she led an irregular life. Being of a very eccentric disposition, she conceived the notion that she was to become the bride of the Messiah who was soon to appear. The report of this girl reached Cairo, and Sabbatai, always looking for something unusual and impressive, at once seized upon the opportunity and claimed that such a consort had been promised him in a dream. Messengers were sent to Leghorn, and Sarah was brought to Cairo, where she was wedded to Sabbatai in Halabi's house. Through her, a romantic, licentious element entered into Sabbatai's career. Her beauty and eccentricity gained for him many new followers, and even her past lewd life was looked upon as an additional confirmation of his messiahship, the prophet Hosea having been commanded to marry an unchaste woman, Nathan Gazati. Equipped with Halabi's money, possessed of a charming wife, and having many additional followers, Sabbatai triumphantly returned to Palestine. Passing through the city of Gaza, he met a man who was to become very active in his subsequent messianic career. This was Nathan Benjamin Levi, known under the name of Nathan Gazati. He became Sabbatai's right-hand man and professed to be the risen Elijah, the precursor of the Messiah. In 1665, Gazati announced that the Messianic age was to begin in the following year. This revelation he proclaimed in writing far and wide, with many additional details to the effect that the world would be conquered by him, the Elijah, without bloodshed, that the Messiah would then lead back the 10 tribes to the Holy Land, riding on a lion with a 7-headed dragon in its jaws, and similar fantasies. All these grotesque absurdities received wide credence. The rabbis of the Holy City, however, looked with much suspicion on the movement and threatened its followers with excommunication. Sabbatai, realizing that Jerusalem was not a congenial place in which to carry out his plans, left for his native city, Smyrna, while his prophet, Nathan, proclaimed that henceforth Gaza, and not Jerusalem, would be the sacred city. On his way from Jerusalem to Smyrna, Sabbatai was enthusiastically greeted in the large Asiatic community of Aleppo, and at Smyrna, which he reached in the autumn of 1665, the greatest homage was paid to him. Finally, after some hesitation, he publicly declared himself as the expected Messiah. New Year, 1665. The declaration was made in the synagogue, with the blowing of horns, and the multitude greeted him with, "Long live our King, our Messiah," proclaimed Messiah. The delirious joy of his followers knew no bounds. Sabbatai, assisted by his wife, now became the sole ruler of the community. In this capacity, he used his power to crush all opposition. For instance, he deposed the old rabbi of Smyrna, Aaron Lapapa, and appointed in his place Hayim Benveniste. His popularity grew with incredible rapidity as not only Jews but Christians also spread his story far and wide. His fame extended to all countries. Italy, Germany, and Holland had centers where the Messianic movement was ardently promulgated, and the Jews of Hamburg and Amsterdam received confirmation of the extraordinary events in Smyrna from trustworthy Christians. A distinguished German savant, Heinrich Oldenburg, wrote to Spinoza, "All the world here is talking of a rumor of the return of the Israelites to their own country. Should the news be confirmed, it may bring about a revolution in all things." Even Spinoza himself entertained the possibility that with this favorable opportunity, the Jews might re-establish their kingdom and again be the chosen of God. Among the many prominent rabbis of that time who were followers of Sabbatai may be mentioned Isaac de Fonseca Aboab, Moses, Rafael de Aguilar, Moses Galante, Moses Zacuto, and the above-mentioned Hayim Benveniste. Even the semi-Spinozist Dionysius Musafia likewise became his zealous adherent. The most fantastic reports were spread in all communities and were accepted as truth even by otherwise dispassionate men, as, for instance, that in the north of Scotland a ship had appeared with silken sails and ropes, manned by sailors who spoke Hebrew. The flag bore the inscription, "The 12 Tribes of Israel." The community of Avignon, France, prepared, therefore, to emigrate to the new kingdom in the spring of 1666. Spread of influence. The adherents of Sabbatai, probably with his consent, even planned to abolish to a great extent the ritualistic observances because, according to a tradition, in the Messianic time, most of them were to lose their obligatory character. The first step toward the disintegration of traditional Judaism was the changing of the fast of the 10th of Tebet to a day of feasting and rejoicing. Samuel Primo, a man who entered Sabbatai's service as secretary at the time when the latter left Jerusalem for Smyrna, directed in the name of the Messiah the following circular to the whole of Israel: the first begotten Son of God, Sabbatai Zevi, Messiah and Redeemer of the people of Israel, to all the sons of Israel, peace. Since ye have been deemed worthy to behold the great day and the fulfillment of God's word by the prophets, your lament and sorrow must be changed into joy, and your fasting into merriment. For ye shall weep no more. Rejoice with song and melody, and change the day formerly spent in sadness and sorrow into a day of jubilee, because I have appeared. This message produced wild excitement and dissension in the communities, as many of the pious Orthodox rabbis, who had hitherto regarded the movement sympathetically, were shocked at these radical innovations. Solomon al-Ghazi, a prominent Talmudist of Smyrna, and other members of the rabbinate who opposed the abolition of the fast, narrowly escaped with their lives. In Constantinople, at the beginning of the year 1666, Sabbatai again left Smyrna for Constantinople, either because he was compelled to do so by the city authorities or because of a desire and a hope that a miracle would happen in the Turkish capital to fulfill the prophecy of Nathan Gazati that Sabbatai would place the Sultan's crown on his own head. As soon as he reached the landing place, however, he was arrested at the command of the Grand Vizier, Ahmad Kuprili, and cast into prison in chains. An under-pasha, commissioned to receive Sabbatai on the ship, welcomed him with a vigorous box on the car. When this official was asked later to explain his conduct, he attempted to exonerate himself by blaming the Jews for having proclaimed Sabbatai as their Messiah against his own will. Sabbatai's imprisonment, however, had no discouraging effect either on him or on his followers. On the contrary, the lenient treatment which he secured by means of bribes served rather to strengthen them in their messianic delusions. In the meantime, all sorts of fabulous reports concerning the miraculous deeds which the Messiah was performing in the Turkish capital were spread by Gazati and Primo among the Jews of Smyrna and in many other communities, and the expectations of the Jews were raised to a still higher pitch. At Abydos, Migdal Oz. After 2 months' imprisonment in Constantinople, Sabbatai was brought to the state prison in the castle of Abydos. Here he was treated very leniently, some of his friends even being allowed to accompany him. In consequence, the Sabbataians called that fortress Migdal Oz, Tower of Strength. As the day on which he was brought to Abydos was the day preceding Passover, he slew a paschal lamb for himself and his followers and ate it with its fat, which was a violation of the law. It is said that he pronounced over it the benediction, "Blessed be God, who hath restored again that which was forbidden." The immense sums sent to him by his rich adherents, the charms of the queenly Sarah, and the reverential admiration shown him even by the Turkish officials and the inhabitants of the place enabled Sabbatai to display royal splendor in the castle of Abydos, accounts of which were exaggerated and spread among Jews in Europe, Asia, and Africa. In some parts of Europe, Jews began to unroof their houses and prepare for the Exodus. In almost all synagogues, Sabbatai's initials, S.Z., were posted, and prayers for him were inserted in the following form: "Bless our Lord and King, the holy and righteous Sabbatai Zevi, the Messiah of the God of Jacob." In Hamburg, the council introduced this custom of praying for Sabbatai not only on Saturday, but also on Monday and Thursday, and unbelievers were compelled to remain in the synagogue and join in the prayer with a loud Amen. Sabbatai's picture was printed together with that of King David in most of the prayer books, and his Kabbalistic formulas and penances were embodied therein. These and similar innovations caused great dissensions in various communities. In Moravia, the excitement reached such a pitch that the government had to interfere, while at Sale, Africa, the emir ordered a persecution of the Jews. This state of affairs lasted 3 months, April to July, during which time Sabbatai's adherents busied themselves in sending forged letters to deceive their brethren in distant communities. It was also during this period that Sabbatai, in a general desire for innovations aiming at the abrogation of all laws and customs, transformed the fasts of the 17th of Tammuz and the 9th of Ab, his birthday, into feast days. And it is said that he contemplated even the abolition of the Day of Atonement, Nehemiah ha-Kohen. At this time an incident happened which resulted in discrediting Sabbatai's messiahship. 2 prominent Polish Talmudists from Lemberg, Galicia, who were among the visitors of Sabbatai in Abydos, apprised him of the fact that in their native country a prophet, Nehemiah ha-Kohen, had announced the coming of the Messiah. Sabbatai ordered the prophet to appear before him, and Nehemiah obeyed, reaching Abydos after a journey of 3 months, in the beginning of September 1666. The conference between the 2 impostors ended in mutual dissatisfaction, and the fanatical Sabbataians are said to have contemplated the secret murder of the dangerous rival. Adopts Islam. Nehemiah, however, escaped to Constantinople, where he embraced Mohammedanism and betrayed the treasonable desires of Sabbatai to the Kaimakam, who in turn informed the Sultan, Muhammad IV. At the command of Muhammad, Sabbatai was now taken from Abydos to Adrianople, where the Sultan's physician, a former Jew, advised Sabbatai to embrace Islam as the only means of saving his life. Sabbatai realized the danger of his situation and adopted the physician's advice. On the following day, September 16, 1666, being brought before the Sultan, he cast off his Jewish garb and put a Turkish turban on his head, and thus his conversion to Islam was accomplished. The Sultan was much pleased and rewarded Sabbatai by conferring on him the title Mahmed Effendi and appointing him as his doorkeeper with a high salary. Sarah and a number of Sabbatai's followers also went over to Islam. To complete his acceptance of Mohammedanism, Sabbatai was ordered to take an additional wife, a Mohammedan slave, which order he obeyed. Some days after his conversion, he had the audacity to write to Smyrna, "God has made me an Ishmaelite," he commanded, and it was done, the 9th day of my regeneration. Disillusion. The effects of the pseudo-messiah's conversion on the Jewish communities were extremely disheartening. Prominent rabbis who were believers in and followers of Sabbatai were prostrated by compunction and shame. Among the masses of the people, the greatest confusion reigned. In addition to the misery and disappointment from within, Mohammedans and Christians jeered at and scorned the credulous and duped Jews. The Sultan even purposed to exterminate all the adult Jews in his empire and to decree that all Jewish children should be brought up in Islam, also that 50 prominent rabbis should be executed, and only the contrary advice of some of his counselors and of the Sultana mother prevented these calamities. In spite of Sabbatai's shameful fiasco, however, many of his adherents still tenaciously clung to him, pretending that his conversion was a part of the Messianic scheme. This belief was further upheld and strengthened by false prophets like Gazati and Primo, who were interested in maintaining the movement. In many communities, the 17th of Tammuz and the 9th of Ab were still observed as feast days in spite of bans and excommunications. Meanwhile, Sabbatai secretly continued his plots, playing a double game. At times he would assume the role of a pious Mohammedan and revile Judaism. At others he would enter into relations with Jews as one of their own faith. Thus, in March 1668, he gave out anew that he had been filled with the Holy Spirit at Passover and had received a revelation. He, or one of his followers, published a mystic work addressed to the Jews, in which the most fantastic notions were set forth, e.g., that he was the true Redeemer in spite of his conversion, his object being to bring over thousands of Mohammedans to Judaism. To the Sultan he said that his activity among the Jews was to bring them over to Islam. He therefore received permission to associate with his former co-religionists and even to preach in their synagogues. He thus succeeded in bringing over a number of Mohammedans to his Kabbalistic views and, on the other hand, in converting many Jews to Islam, thus forming a Judeo-Turkish sect, see Donmeh, whose followers implicitly believed in him. This double dealing with Jews and Mohammedans, however, could not last very long. Gradually the Turks tired of Sabbatai's schemes. He was deprived of his salary and banished from Adrianople to Constantinople. In a village near the latter city he was one day surprised while singing psalms in a tent with Jews, whereupon the Grand Vizier ordered his banishment to Dulcineo, a small place in Albania, where he died in loneliness and obscurity. The Donmeh were Sabbataian Spanish Jews in the Ottoman Empire who primarily resided in the city of Salonika, Greece, and pretended to be Muslims. The related Frankist crypto-Jews of Europe pretended to be Catholics, much like the Marranos of Spain. The Sabbataian Frankists worked their way into power over Christendom and Islam in order to pit them against one another and destroy them from within and without, so that Jewry would eventually inherit their empires and the world from them. The Jewish Encyclopedia gave the following account of the Donmeh in 1903. Donmeh, a sect of crypto-Jews descendants of the followers of Sabbatai Zevi, living today mostly in Salonika, European Turkey. The name, Turkish, signifies apostates. The members call themselves Mayaminim, believers, Habarim, associates, or Baale Milama, warriors. But at Adrianople they are known as Sazanikos, little carps, a name derived either from the fish market, near which their first mosque is supposed to have been situated, or because of a prophecy of Sabbatai that the Jews would be delivered under the zodiacal sign of the fish. The Donmeh are said to have originated with Jacob Zebi Querido, who was believed to have been a reincarnation of Sabbatai. The community is outwardly Mohammedan, following the example set by Sabbatai, but in secret observes certain Jewish rites, though in no way making common cause with the Jews, whom they call Kofarim, infidels. The Donmeh are evidently descendants of Spanish exiles. Their prayers, as published by Danon, are partly in Hebrew, which few seem to understand, and partly in Ladino. They live in sets of houses which are contiguous or which are secretly connected, and for each block of houses there is a secret meeting place or kahal, where the Payetan reads the prayers. Their houses are lit by green shaded lamps to render them less conspicuous. The women wear the yashmak, veil. The men have two sets of names, a religious one, which they keep secret, and a secular one for purposes of commercial intercourse. They are assiduous in visiting the mosque and in fasting during Ramadan, and at intervals they even send one of their number on the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. But they do not intermarry with the Turks. They are all well-to-do and are prompt to help any unfortunate brother. They smoke openly on the Sabbath day, on which day they serve the other Jews, lighting their fires and cooking their food. They work for the Turks when a religious observance prevents other Jews from doing so, and for the Christians on Sunday. They are expert katibs, or writers, and are employed as such in the bazaars and in the inferior government positions. They have the monopoly of the barbershops. The Donmeh are divided into three subsects which, according to Bent, are the Ismailis, or direct followers of Sabbatai Zevi of Smyrna, numbering 2,500, the Yaqubis, or followers of Jacob Querido, brother-in-law of Sabbatai, who number 4,000, and the Kunyosos, or followers of Othman Baba, who lived in the middle of the 18th century. The last-named sect numbers 3,500. Each subsect has its own cemetery. Bent says that the first shave the chin, the second the head, but the third allow the hair to grow upon both. Danon calls the first tarpushlis, those who wear a special form of turban, the second cavalieros, who wear a peculiar pointed shoe, the third honiosos or camus, who can be distinguished by their flat noses. The ordinances which govern the Donmeh, as given by Gretz and Bent, number 16, but as Danon has published them in Ladino, they number 18. These refer to the unity of God, to Sabbatai his Messiah, to abstention from murder, to the reunion on the 16th of Kislew, to study the mysteries of the Messiah. They forbid fornication, false testimony, forced conversion, intermarriage with Mohammedans and covetousness, and enjoin charity, daily reading of the Psalms in secret, observance of the new moon, Mohammedan usages, and circumcision. Danon also gives a list of their 12 festivals, the most sacred of which are the 9th of Ab, the birthday of Sabbatai, and the 16th of Kislew. The latter is preceded by a fast day. During their festivals they transact their business as usual. It is only in the evening that, with lighted candles and closed doors, they rejoice. The Donmeh communities are administered by rabbis appointed by the Abi Bet Din. These rabbis are well versed in Holy Scripture. They know almost by heart the Zohar and understand Judeo-Spanish, which they regard as a holy language. Children are left in ignorance of their true religion and are not initiated therein among the Ismailis and the Kunyosos till the age of 13, and among the Yaqubis at marriage. Neither the Ismailis nor the Yaqubis believe in the death of their respective saints, and they are always awaiting their return. Every Saturday, the Yaqubis send a woman and her children to the seashore to inquire whether the ship which is to bring Jacob is sighted, and every morning the elders scrutinize the horizon for a similar purpose. The Wikipedia article for Donmeh describes their cryptic and Kabbalistic nature. The Donmeh were a group of Sabbatean crypto-Jews in the Ottoman Empire who converted outwardly to Islam but retained their Jewish faith and Kabbalistic beliefs in secret. The movement was centered mainly in Thessaloniki. It originated during and soon after the era of Sabbatai Zevi, a 17th-century Sephardic Jewish rabbi and Kabbalist who claimed to be the Jewish Messiah and eventually feigned conversion to Islam under threat of death from the Sultan Mehmed IV. After Zevi's forced conversion to Islam, a number of Sabbatean Jews purportedly converted to Islam and became the Donmeh. Some Sabbateans lived on into 21st century Turkey as descendants of the Donmeh. The Turkish word Donmeh, apostate, derives from the verbal root don that means to turn, i.e., to convert, but in the pejorative sense of turncoat. The independent scholar Rifat Bali defines the term Donmeh as follows. The term Donmeh is a Turkish gerund meaning to turn, revolve, or return, and by extension, to betray, i.e., go back on, and to convert to another religion. It has come in popular parlance to refer to religious converts in general, and more specifically to the 17th century followers of the Jewish false messiah Sabbatai Zevi and their descendants, who outwardly converted to Islam but retained their secretive religious practices over the next several centuries, maintaining close communal and blood ties and practicing strict endogamy. While the great majority of the community's members abandoned their practices during the first quarter century, their past identity has continued to haunt them within Turkish society, and the term Donmeh itself remains one of opprobrium. Rifat N. Bal, 2012. Model citizens of the state, the Jews of Turkey. during the multi-party period. Lexington Books, page 18. The word Donmeh is also used as a derogatory Turkish word for a transvestite, or someone who is claiming to be someone they are not. Despite their supposed conversion to Islam, the Sabbateans secretly remained close to Judaism and continued to practice Jewish rituals covertly. They recognized Sabbatai Zevi, 1626 to 1676, as the Jewish Messiah, observed certain Jewish commandments with similarities to those in Rabbinic Judaism, and prayed in Hebrew and later in Ladino. They also observed rituals celebrating important events in Zevi's life and interpreted Zevi's conversion in a Kabbalistic way. The Donmeh divided into several branches. The first, the Zmirli, was formed in Smyrna, and was the original sect, from which two others eventually split. The first schism created the Jacobi sect, founded by Jacob Querido circa 1650 to 1690, the brother of Zevi's last wife. Querido claimed to be Zevi's reincarnation and a messiah in his own right. The second split from the Zmirli was the result of claims that Berechia Russo, 1695 to 1740, had inherited a soul known in Turkish as Otman Baba, who was the true reincarnation of Zevi's soul. These allegations gained attention and gave rise to the Karakashi, Turkish, or Konyoso, Ladino, branch, the most numerous and strictest branch of the Donmeh. Missionaries from the Karakashi, Konyoso, were active in Poland in the first part of the 18th century and taught Jacob Frank 1726 to 1791, who later claimed to have inherited Rousseau's soul. Frank went on to create the Frankist sect, a different non-Donmeh Sabbatean group in Eastern Europe. Yet another group, the Lechli, of Polish descent, lived in exile in Thessaloniki and Constantinople. It is well known, if not as commonly discussed, that the so-called Young Turks were led and financed by Jews and Donmeh crypto-Jews and pursued a Jewish agenda. Lord Kinross wrote in his book, The Ottoman Centuries, the rise and fall of the Turkish Empire, radical ferment was even more manifest in the provincial schools beyond the range of immediate palace influence. Thus it was here, in Macedonia, that revolution was to be born. In Salonika, the vigorous Committee of Union and Progress, enlisting covert support from organized groups of Freemasons, Jews and Donmehs, Jews turned Muslim, was more practical in its effect than the organization in Paris, with which it merged in 1907. Mark Baer stated in his article, Globalization, Cosmopolitanism, and the Donmeh in Ottoman Salonika and Turkish Istanbul, Journal of World History, Volume 18, Number 2, June 2007, pages 141 to 170. The Young Turks established the Committee of Union and Progress, CUP, in the mid-1890s to depose Sultan Abdulhamid II, reinstate the constitution and parliament suspended in 1876, and unite the fracturing ethnic, religious and national groups that made up the empire by promoting an overarching Ottoman identity. Donmeh played an important founding and supporting role in the revolutionary movement. Banker, textile merchant, and head of the Chamber of Commerce, Mehmed Kapanchi, used his wealth to fund the organization. Some Donmeh became so committed to political ideas discussed behind closed doors at the city's ubiquitous French, Italian and Ottoman Mason lodges that they were considered the vanguard of the army of civilization, propagating the ideas of justice and progress. The main newspaper of the CUP noted how critical the Donmeh role was when it proclaimed that the Donmeh, whom it labelled one of the most modern groups in the empire, was the only group working in the movement in the city. Fazli Netsip, member of the French Right Mason Lodge Veritas, became a leading CUP activist and publicist, and during the revolution of 1908 was put in charge of organizing and coordinating all the movement's propaganda activities in Salonika. When the Sultan was informed that the Donmeh made up a large segment of the movement working to topple him, he sought information on Sabbatai Zevi. After learning of the rabbi's conversion to Islam, the Sultan called the man a friend of God and decided to no longer concern himself with the Donmeh. Perhaps the Sultan should have taken heed, since the cup would eventually topple him. In 1909 he was placed under house arrest in architect Poseli's Alatini villa in Salonika. Of several Donmeh government ministers who came to power after the Sultan was deposed, the most influential was the Mason, former Fazier principal and instructor and director of a Donmeh commerce school, Mehmed Javid Bey. He was an influential minister of finance for most of the decade the CUP held power. The Donmeh role in the revolutionary movement alerts us to their subsequent historical significance. Decisions by the CUP and actions taken by Mehmed Javid Bey and others set in motion a chain of events that led to the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire and its replacement by the Republic of Turkey. The Donmeh readily embraced Freemasonry, which employs Kabbalistic doctrines and symbols. They met in Freemasonic lodges to plan their revolutionary activities against the Sultan. Mark Mazower wrote in his book, Salonika, City of Ghosts, Christians, Muslims and Jews, 1430 to 1950, and note that Mamin, believers, is what the Donmeh called themselves. When a French onlooker smiled at the wild abandon of the crowds, a young Jewish boy told him that I had nothing to smile about, since shortly we would all become their slaves by the virtue of their Messiah. But like many of Salonika's Muslims at this time, the Mamin also embraced European learning and identified themselves with secular knowledge, political radicalism, and Freemasonry. By a strange twist of fate, it was thus the Muslim followers of a Jewish Messiah who helped turn late 19th century Salonika into the most liberal, progressive, and revolutionary city in the empire. When the Young Turk revolt broke out in Salonika in 1908, Mamin economics professors, newspapermen, businessmen, and lawyers were among the leading activists, and there were 3 Mamin ministers in the first Young Turk government. Jasper Ridley wrote in his book, The Freemasons, a history of the world's most powerful secret society. Abdul Hamid continued to reign until 1909, when he was deposed and imprisoned after the revolution of the Young Turks. The leader of the Young Turks was Talat Bey, who afterwards took the name of Mehmet Talat Pasha. He was a Freemason and became the Grand Master of the Turkish Grand Orient. He was appointed Grand Vizier in 1917 when Turkey and her allies, Germany and Austria, were beginning to lose the First World War. As a supporter of the Turkish government, he was held responsible by the Armenians for the massacres and virtual extermination of the native population in the Turkish province of Armenia. Many of the Young Turks were Freemasons, but neither their progressive views on the modernization of Turkey nor the principles of Freemasonry prevented them from supporting the hideous program of genocide in Armenia. When Turkey lost the war, Mehmet Talat Pasha was forced to resign as Grand Vizier in October 1918. Next year, he left Turkey and went to live in Berlin. In 1921, he was assassinated in Berlin by an Armenian student who had not forgotten the massacres. The leader who emerged in Turkey from the disaster of defeat was Mustafa Kemal, who was called Kemal Ataturk. He was a Freemason. He was initiated into an Italian lodge in Macedonia. Nesta H. Webster stated in her book, Secret Societies and Subversive Movements, the Young Turk movement originated in the Masonic lodges of Salonika under the direction of the Grand Orient of Italy, which later contributed to the success of Mustafa Kemal. Pakita de Shishmarev wrote in her book, Waters Flowing Eastward, the war against the kingship of Christ quoting Sergei Nilus, who anticipated the Young Turk revolution. 2. The Symbolic Snake of Judaism, Protocol 3 opens with a reference to the Symbolic Snake of Judaism. In his epilogue to the 1905 edition of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, Nilus gives the following interesting account of this symbol. According to the records of secret Jewish Zionism, Solomon and other Jewish learned men had already, in 929 BC, thought out a theoretical scheme for the peaceful conquest of the whole universe by Zion. As the course of history unfolded, this scheme was elaborated in detail and completed by later generations of men who had been initiated into their secrets. These learned men decided by peaceful means to conquer the world for Zion with the slyness of the symbolic snake, whose head was to represent those who have been initiated into the plans of the Jewish administration, and the body of the snake to represent the Jewish people. The administration was always kept secret, even from the Jewish nation itself. As this snake penetrated into the hearts of the nations which it encountered, it undermined and devoured all the non-Jewish power of these states. It is foretold that the snake has still to finish its work, strictly adhering to the designed plan until the course which it has to run is closed by the return of its head to Zion, and until by this means the snake has completed its round of Europe and has encircled it, and until by dint of enchaining Europe it has encompassed the whole world. This it is to accomplish by using every endeavor to subdue the other countries by economic conquest. The return of the head of the snake to Zion can only be accomplished after the power of all the sovereigns of Europe has been laid low, that is to say, when by means of economic crises and wholesale destruction effected everywhere, there shall have been brought about spiritual demoralization and moral corruption, chiefly with the assistance of Jewish women masquerading as French, Italians, etc. Their example is the surest method of encouraging licentiousness among the leaders of the nations. A map of the course of the symbolic snake is shown as follows. Its first stage in Europe was in 429 BC in Greece, where, about the time of Pericles, the snake first started eating into the power of that country. The second stage was in Rome in the time of Augustus, about 69 BC. The third in Madrid in the time of Charles V in AD 1552. The fourth in Paris about 1790 in the time of Louis XVI, the fifth in London from 1841 onwards, after the downfall of Napoleon. The sixth in Berlin in 1871, after the Franco-Prussian War. The seventh in St. Petersburg, over which is drawn the head of the snake under the date of 1881. All these states which the snake traversed have had the foundations of their constitutions shaken, Germany, with its apparent power, forming no exception to the rule. In economic conditions, England and Germany are spared, but only till the conquest of Russia is accomplished by the snake, on which at present, i.e. 1905, all its efforts are concentrated. The further course of the snake is not shown on this map, but arrows indicate its next movement towards Moscow, Kiev, and Odessa. It is now well known to us to what extent the latter cities form the centers of the militant Jewish race. Constantinople is shown as the last stage of the snake's course before it reaches Jerusalem. This map was drawn years before the occurrence of the Young Turk, i.e. Jewish revolution in Turkey. 1.2.1 Historical Jewish involvement in Muslim-Christian conflicts. An examination of the Jewish involvement in the Armenian genocide of 1915 includes the prehistory of previous Jewish attacks on Christians, many of which were committed in cooperation with the Turkish Empire. An article entitled The Modern Jews, The North American Review, Volume 60, Number 127, April 1845, pages 329 to 368, at 337 to 339, stated, among other things, "Since the last conquest of Constantinople, Turkish policy has inclined to tolerate the Jews, and the consequence has been a great increase of their numbers in that city. They are often bankers for the grandees, and custom, acquiring the force of law, has established them as collectors of the customs and purveyors for the seraglio. Their taxes are not greater than those paid by other races in a similar condition. The Jews," says Judge Noah, "are at this day the most influential persons connected with the commerce and monetary affairs of Turkey, and enjoy important privileges, but hitherto they have had no protecting influence. In Syria the Jews are in a state of real servitude, and no change of masters has bettered their condition. Mohammedans and Christians alike hate and maltreat them, and this hatred is heartily returned, as the latter find, whenever any circumstance gives their enemies a temporary advantage. When the Turkish succeeded the Egyptian troops in Damascus a few years ago, they were stirred up by the Jews to persecute the Christians of every sect. When the Greeks rose against the Turks in 1822, the Jews eagerly joined against the Christians, especially in Constantinople, while the Greeks, in revenge, murdered all the Jews on whom they could lay their hands. Jews created Christianity and Islam as opposing forces which the Jews dubbed the Leviathan of Christianity and the Behemoth of Islam. Both religions subvert the best interests of their own believers and are driven to attack one another. Islam was created as an Arabic reaction against Eastern Roman Christians and the Persians for the benefit of Jews who wanted to take and keep Jerusalem and exact revenge on Rome for destroying the temple and dispersing Jewry from Palestine. Recent examples of Jews who have manufactured unnecessary wars between Christians and Muslims include the Jewish lobby in America, especially neoconservative Trotskyite Jews who favor chaotic conditions and perpetual war and revolution, as well as prominent and influential Jews connected to the Frankist Jews of Chabad Lubavitch. These well-financed and highly organized groups have consistently pushed for American wars in the Middle East and have thereby pitted Muslims and Christians against one another. The crypto-Jewish Donmeh in the Ottoman Empire consistently brought Islam into war with the West, as have the crypto-Jewish Wahhabis and other Saudi Jews in more recent times. The crypto-Jewish Donmeh led the Young Turks of the Ottoman Empire who committed genocide against Armenian, Assyrian, and Greek Christians. Israel attacked the American Navy ship the USS Liberty in a false flag attack meant to bring predominantly Christian America into war with Muslim Egypt for the benefit of the Jewish state of Israel. There is overwhelming evidence that Israelis and their Trotskyite neoconservative allies in the United States organized and perpetrated the terrorist attacks of 11 September 2001 as false flag attacks which served as an illegitimate pretext for the Middle Eastern wars between Christians and Muslims. Though the Persian king Cyrus restored the Jews to Jerusalem and let them rebuild the Temple of Solomon, and despite the fact that the Persian king Ahasuerus let Mordecai and Queen Esther exterminate Haman and the Amalekites, Jews betrayed the Persians to Arab Muslims and opened the gates of Isfahan to the invading Arab Muslim armies. They encourage Arab Sunni Muslims to wage perpetual war against the predominantly Shia Persians and demand that America annihilate Iran. The Torah, Talmud, Sefer Zerubbabel, Zohar, and other Jewish works call for the destruction of the Persians and their king Shiroi in the end times. This evinces the fact that organized Jewry only align with Christians and Muslims when it favors their own interests and feel no obligation to repay any assistance and goodwill they have received or plan to garner from members of either Abrahamic faith. Jews opened the gates of many Christian cities to Muslim conquerors and sold Christian females to Muslims and the Chinese as sex slaves for many centuries. Jews closed the gates of Toledo, Spain, to fleeing Catholics and opened them to the invading Muslims under Tariq ibn Ziyad. Jewish armies led by Nehemiah ben Hushiel and Benjamin of Tiberias joined with Persians to slaughter Byzantine Christians and destroy their churches and holy sites during the Sasanian conquest of Jerusalem in 614 AD. Jews then benefited from the Arab conquest of Jerusalem over the Persians in 636. Stanford J. Shaw documented many instances where Jews helped the Muslim Ottoman Turks to conquer several Christian cities in Europe in his book The Jews of the Ottoman Empire and the Turkish Republic, Macmillan, London, 1991, pages 25 to 36. This included the assistance which the Jews provided to the Turks in the conquest of Bursa in 1324 by Orhan, the son of Osman. It also included Jewish aid given to the Turks during the Muslim conquest of Gallipoli by Orhan's son Suleiman Pasha of Ankara and the conquest of Adrianople in 1363 by Murad I. Large numbers of Jews moved in to replace the displaced and massacred Christians. Jews opened the gates of Constantinople to the invading Muslim Turks so that they could conquer the Byzantine Christians. The Jews opened up the Jewish quarter of Constantinople to the armies of Mehmed II in 1453 and assisted them in the destruction of the Christians. Mehmed II, Muhammad the Conqueror, immediately granted the Jews equal rights with Muslims. Jews again betrayed the Christians of the island of Rhodes in 1522, Buda and Pest in 1526, and Belgrade in 1526. Jews also assisted the Turks in Azerbaijan in 1534, in Iraq and Iran in 1534 to 1535 and 1638, as well as in Yemen in 1628. Suleiman the Magnificent richly rewarded the Jews for betraying their Christian neighbors to Turkish conquest. Israel assists Muslim Azerbaijan and Turkey to wage war on Christian Armenia, and the Mossad is heavily embedded among the Kurds, whose ancestors assisted Turks in the rampant slaughter of Armenians. Stanford J. Shaw wrote at pages 33 to 34 of his book The Jews of the Ottoman Empire and the Turkish Republic. It is estimated that as many as 250,000 Jews came from the Iberian Peninsula to the Ottoman Empire in the late 15th century, but the exact numbers will probably never be known. Jews at the time saw in the victorious Ottoman armies the punishing rod of God, his iron hand, predestined to carry through the righteous judgment of the Almighty against the enemies of his people and to destroy what they called the kingdom of Edom, steeped in blood and sin. They declared the Ottoman leaders to be scions of the righteous Cyrus, the anointed of God, and firmly believed that at the head of the warlike Ottoman hosts, the angel Gabriel himself strode with sword in hand to bring near the end and prepare the way for the glorious Messiah. Shaw's statement evinces the fact that the Jews who assisted Muslims to annihilate Christians were following a Muslim Messiah son of Joseph, with the supposed supernatural assistance which would always attend the wars which the Messiah son of Joseph fought against the Gentiles. Cyrus was specifically named as one of the long lineage of the reincarnated soul of the Mashiach ben Yosef, Isaiah 45:1. The fact that the sultans were considered to be the scions of Cyrus is proof that they were thought to be the literal Messiah son of Josephs of their given generations. The Messiah son of Joseph is a Judas goat who leads the Gentiles to their ruin. Jesus was the most prominent Messiah son of Joseph. Cyrus, who was one of the Gentile Messiah son of Josephs, freed the Jews from captivity, gave them Jerusalem, and helped them to rebuild the temple. The soul of the Messiah son of Joseph is said to have passed from Cain to Esau to Jesus to Simon bar Yochai, a 2nd century Tanaitic sage who declared that even the best among the Gentiles deserves to be killed, and who was the purported author of the vehemently anti-Gentile Zohar. Sophorim, chapter 15, rule 10, states, quoting Messiah, son of Joseph Simon ben Yohai, the best among the Gentiles, deserves to be killed. Crypto-Jews with close ties to high finance promoted the emigration of Muslims into the United Kingdom in order to change its demographics to favor non-Europeans and the anti-Christian Noahidism of Islam. The Freemason Albert Pike sought to balkanize America at the instigation of the Rothschild family, whose agent August Schoenberg came to America as August Belmont to start and finance the Civil War and enforce the Judaic curse of Ham on black slaves. The founder of the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad, was cast in the mold of the Donmeh. He sought to pit blacks and Muslims against European whites who are viewed by religious Jews as if Edomites and Amalekites, and quite literally the children of the devil who are slated for extermination. In imitation of the Zohar and oral tradition of Judaism, which teaches that Eve slept with Satan to produce Cain, who is the father of Esau, the Amalekites, Jesus, Europeans and the Armenians, Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam likewise taught their followers that whites are the devil incarnate and must be purged from existence. He served a Jewish agenda. The doctrines of Freemasonry are largely Kabbalistic. The Freemason Elijah Muhammad pretended to be a Muslim so that he could pit blacks against whites and create a race war between them, just as the Freemasonic Donmeh pitted Turkish and Kurdish Muslims against Christian Armenians in order to instigate World War I. Elijah Muhammad preached the Kabbalistic mythology of the 6,000 years of creation to be followed by the world to come in agreement with Kabbalah. The hereafter means after the Holy War, or after Armageddon, or after the war between Satan and Almighty God. This is what's meant when we say the hereafter. It means after the war between right and wrong has been fought. This war is often called a war between God and the devil. The devil seeks to hold supremacy over God since he has ruled the people for 6,000 years. He desires to continue holding his place as a ruler of the people and seeks to bring before the people every opposition that he possibly can to destroy their hearts and their minds toward the worship and obedience to Almighty God, Allah. These are really two gods. The devil is a god himself, as mentioned by Jesus in the New Testament, that he is the god of this world, the prince of the power of hell. This is true that the devil has been the ruler for 6,000 years and god of this world. This world means the world of the devil. Under his rule, the people forget the real true God and the way to that true God because he will not teach the people. Again, the parable of the vine or the olive tree, the fig tree that Jesus, as the books say, cursed, was also a sign of this world, that this world has never produced converts to the will of Almighty God, Allah. A real devil is one that is made by nature of evil. His very nature, the material which he's made, I do not use the word create, because he is not from the creation, he's a made man that our scientist Yakub made here 6,000 years ago. We have been on this earth since it was created. The Armenian Holocaust was a religious ritual blood sacrifice to Samael the devil. In order to properly understand and interpret its history, it is necessary to explore the religious mythology which inspired those who perpetrated it. The Babylonian Talmud in the tractate Bava Batra, folio 74a, states that God created all animals in pairs and that there were 2 sea serpent leviathans, one male and one female. There were likewise 2 behemoth oxen, male and female. Fearing that these monsters would overwhelm the earth if they were to breed and bear offspring, God castrated the males and slew the females. God preserved their flesh, which the Jews planned to consume in a great feast at the end of the 6,000 years of creation, when the Messiah, son of David, will triumph over the world. For Christians, this meal is called the wedding banquet of Christ. Kabbalists explain that Samael, Satan, is the male Leviathan that was castrated by Yahweh, just as Kronos castrated Uranus. Samael is the male Leviathan, and his flesh, the body of Christ, becomes kosher for Jews to eat in the messianic reign of Messiah, son of David. Until that time, it serves as the poisonous, unripe fruit of the tree of death, the tree of knowledge, for the Christians who consume it as the Eucharist. Armenians were the first Christian nation. Ever since adopting Christianity, they were slated to become this sacrificial offering of Christ's flesh, the flesh of the Leviathan, which would become kosher and be consumed by Jewry near the close of the 6,000 years of creation that commenced when Adam was created, and which are counted on the Anno Lucis Freemasonic calendar. The Hebrew calendar subtracts 240 years from that time scale and marks the end of the 6,000 years, the 6 days of creation, on September 16, 2240 AD. The fateful Freemasonic and Shabbatayan year 6000 AL was rapidly approaching in 1915 when the Armenian Holocaust took place. 1915, Anno Domini was 5915 Anno Lucis on the Freemasonic calendar. The false flag terrorist attacks of 9/11 occurred during 6001 AL after the 6 days of creation had just expired. They brought Christendom and Islam into a massive self-consuming conflict much like World War I. The fact that Sabbatai Zevi announced that he was the Messiah in 1666 AD, which was 5666 AL, proves that the Shabbataians follow the Anno Lucis calendar, not the Hebrew calendar. The Zohar forecast that the Messiah would appear in the 5666th year of creation. All Christians are the body of Christ by virtue of their baptism and consuming the Eucharist. The story of the Feast of the Leviathan, Jesus, is an allegorical tale which symbolizes the genocide of Christians at the end of days and the consumption of their flesh and blood in war through starvation and by means of disease. Job 40, 15-24 describes the behemoth, Islam, which will destroy the Leviathan, Christianity, when they fight each other to the death for the benefit of Jewry. Look at behemoth, which I made along with you, and which feeds on grass like an ox. What strength it has in its loins, what power in the muscles of its belly. Its tail sways like a cedar, the sinews of its thighs are close-knit, its bones are tubes of bronze, its limbs like rods of iron. It ranks first among the works of God, yet its maker can approach it with his sword. The hills bring it their produce, and all the wild animals play nearby. Under the lotus plants it lies, hidden among the reeds in the marsh. The lotuses conceal it in their shadow, the poplars by the stream surround it. A raging river does not alarm it, it is secure, though the Jordan should surge against its mouth. Can anyone capture it by the eyes, or trap it and pierce its nose? New International Version. A Jewish liturgical poem composed in the 11th century, Akdamut, describes a great battle between the Leviathan, Christendom, and the behemoth, Islam. The God of Israel will slay both of them, meaning the Jews will pit them against one another so that they mutually consume each other. The Leviathan is Christendom, the Jesus fish of Pisces, swimming in the dark waters of primordial chaos. Islam is the behemoth ploughing the fields for Jewry. The poem Akdamut is a thinly veiled account of the Judaists' plan to pit Esau, Leviathan Christendom, against Ishmael, behemoth Islam, and to have Jacob, God, Jewry, slay them both by tricking them into fighting each other to the death. Jacob will then be left standing alone as sole ruler of the entire earth. At that time, the Jews will host a great feast and eat the serpent Leviathan and drink the stored, ripened wine of the tree death, which is a serpentine grapevine in the rendered form of Christ's blood. This plan was set forth as the wedding feast of the goat lamb of Christ, when the Eucharist of the Leviathan's flesh, Christ's body, finally becomes kosher for the Jews to consume. It is Jesus himself who is served up in the form of the Leviathan-like lox on a kosher bagel. Christ emerges in his second coming as the Antichrist to slay the anti-Semitic Christians who persecuted God's children, the Jews. Their flesh and blood are consumed as the kosher Eucharist by the Jews in the end of days, when the times of the Gentiles come to an end. Luke 21:24. The Gentiles' souls pass to the Jews, who then become immortal and androgynous gods. That was the plan when Christianity was created. Messiah, son of David, is the triumphant and good Messiah, the holy serpent, who will reign over Jewry in peace after the Gentiles are eliminated and their souls are taken by the Jews. Jesus, the suffering Messiah, son of Joseph, dies slaying the Gentiles who had put their faith in him. Revelation 19:7-10 forecasts the wedding banquet which the Talmud describes in Bava Batra 74a. Let us rejoice and be glad and give him glory. For the wedding of the Lamb has come, and his bride has made herself ready. Fine linen, bright and clean, was given her to wear. Fine linen stands for the righteous acts of God's holy people. Then the angel said to me, write this, blessed are those who are invited to the wedding supper of the Lamb. And he added, these are the true words of God. At this I fell at his feet to worship him, but he said to me, don't do that. I am a fellow servant with you and with your brothers and sisters who hold to the testimony of Jesus. Worship God, for it is the spirit of prophecy who bears testimony to Jesus. Christendom is the evil serpent Leviathan, Esau, and Islam is the behemoth, Ishmael. Jewry are the holy serpent, Jacob. According to the Kabbalistic doctrines of the Sitra Yamina, good right-hand side, and Sitra Achara, evil other side, everything Jewish is holy and good, including evil, and has a truly evil Gentile counterpart, the other side. The evil Gentile counterpart to Jacob's 12 tribes on the other side of Gentiles is Ishmael's 12 sons, and the warlike tribes they spawned. Genesis 25:12-18. I Chronicles 1:29-33. Judaism teaches that Muslims are Ishmaelites. Ishmael was a wild and belligerent man constantly at war with everyone else. Genesis 16:12. The Jews created the behemoth Islam in order to pit it as a hostile warrior force against the Leviathan Christendom, so that the two Gentile superpowers, the left and right hand of the evil other side, Sitra Achara, would mutually consume each other in their Jewish-instigated wars against one another. This was intended to leave the Jews, the holy Sitra Yamina, or right-hand side, standing as lone heirs to the entire earth. The Middle Eastern wars between Christian Zionist Americans and Islam were the most recent manifestations of this plan to have the Leviathan and Behemoth slay one another for the benefit of Israel. The Jewish-instigated attack of Muslim Turks and Kurds against Christian Armenians, Greeks and Assyrians was another instance of their plan in action. Rick Dedmond wrote in his book, The Betrothed Bride of Messiah, making herself ready for the bridegroom. The Feast of Leviathan is directly related to the wedding feast of the Lamb and is directly connected to Sukkot, Romans 14:17. For the kingdom of God is not meat and drink, but righteousness and peace and joy in the Holy Ghost. The Messianic kingdom and the world to come are not really about eating and drinking, although it appears that believers' resurrected glorified bodies can eat physical food as Yeshua did after his resurrection. Luke 24:36-43. Eating and drinking is a metaphor used to describe the heavenly bliss of the righteous. The Feast of Leviathan wedding banquet represents the righteous taking in the spiritual and growing from its nourishment on an eternal level. Deuteronomy 29:5-6. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxen old upon you, and thy shoe is not waxen old upon thy foot. Ye have not eaten bread, neither have ye drunk wine or strong drink, that ye might know that I am the Lord your God. KJV. The festival of Sukkot commemorates when Israel was in the wilderness. What Israel encountered was a foretaste for the righteous during the millennium, day of the Lord. Israel had the cloud by day and fire by night. Exodus 13:22. They had the heavenly manna, symbol of wedding supper, Leviathan, to nourish them. They received supernatural water from a rock. Exodus 17:6. Their clothes and shoes did not wear in 40 years, which is a symbol of resurrection. Deuteronomy 29:5. On a physical level, this represents in type and shadow the provisions for the righteous in the day of the Lord. Job 41. 1-4, 6, 34. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook, or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Canst thou put an hook into his nose, or bore his jaw through with a thorn? Will he make many supplications unto thee? Will he speak soft words unto thee? Will he make a covenant with thee? Wilt thou take him for a servant for ever? Shall the companions make a banquet of him? Shall they part him among the merchants? He beholdeth all high things. He is a king over all the children of pride. Rehab. Since we have established that Leviathan is a code name for the false Messiah, we can approach certain scriptures prophetically as referring to him. Symbolically, the festival of Sukkot teaches that the eschatological Passover banquet prepared for the righteous will be made from the feast of Leviathan, symbolic of his defeat by the Messiah. The fact that the false Messiah and Satan have been officially defeated appears to be the satisfaction and bliss of the banquet in which the righteous will maintain a spiritual ecstasy with the Messiah. A most famous Jewish liturgical poem read at the festival of Shavuot, Pentecost, is called Akdamut. Rabbi Meir Yitzhak composed it during the 11th century. A portion of Akdamut is as follows: the sport with the Leviathan and the ox of the lofty mountains. When they will interlock with one another and engage in combat, with his horns the behemoth will gore with strength, the fish will leap to meet him with power. Their creator will approach them with his mighty sword. A banquet for the righteous will he prepare, and a feast. They will sit around tables of precious stones and gems. Before them will be flowing rivers of balsam. They will delight and drink their fill from overflowing goblets of sweet wine that since creation was preserved. This versified story relates to the Eucharist in that Gentiles eat the flesh and drink the blood of Messiah, son of Joseph Jesus, who is the false Messiah, before it has become ripe and kosher, and while it remains impure and unclean like pork. The Eucharist carries the curse of death, because it is the serpent's venom, the unripe fruit of the tree of death which poisoned Adam and Eve. The Leviathan is not yet kosher, and Jesus, Satan, Samael, Esau, has not yet returned to the Jews as their champion to wipe out all Gentiles as the smiting stone of Daniel 2 and a member of the 4 craftsmen of Zechariah 1. But if things go according to plan, he will one day return in the form of Gog and Magog, the sword, smiting stone, stumbling stone, and 4 craftsmen of the apocalypse. Once he is dead and safe for Jews to eat, meaning after the wars he instigates have eliminated the Gentiles, Jewry will officially acknowledge that Jesus was Messiah, son of Joseph, and Satan, Samael, who became the advocate of the Jews and slaughtered all of the Gentiles. Christians are led by the duplicitous Messiah, son of Joseph, in this staged conflict meant to bring about their ultimate demise. Messiah, son of David, the true king of the Jews, rides the behemoth and champions the Muslim cause against Christendom and likewise misleads Muslims to their complete defeat. One of the world's leading Kabbalists, Rabbi Yitzhak Kaduri, taught his followers that Jesus is the Messiah son of Joseph and is about to become kosher and return to Jewry. Itzhak Shapira documented and advocated this theology in his book, The Return of the Kosher Pig, the Divine Messiah in Jewish Thought. The Armenians served as the slaughtered kosher pig for Jewry to consume and thereby be redeemed through the consumption of the kosher Eucharist. The plan for an end-times war between Muslims and Christians is of utmost importance to Judaists because they expressly fear that they will be annihilated should Muslims and Christians ever unite with each other against Jewry, Zohar Shemuth, Tint 64, B-67a. The Jews created Islam to be used as a weapon against Christendom, but their plan entails the risk that the two powers might someday join forces against Jewry and instead of destroying each other, form a mutual defense against Jewry and a coalition in search of retaliatory justice for the ritual Jewish slaughter of Gentiles. Rabbi Hillel Mishklov wrote in his book Kol HaTor, The Voice of the Turtle Dove, which documented the teachings of the highly regarded Kabbalist Elijah ben Solomon Zalman, more commonly known as the Gaon of Vilna, that the twin messiahs, Messiah son of Joseph and Messiah son of David, will pit Europeans, Arabs and miscegenated Jews, the mixed multitude, against one another as their subversive leaders, so that they will all mutually consume one another, as did Christians and Turks in the Armenian genocide and First World War, and as happened quite recently in the Middle Eastern wars, lest Christians and Muslims instead unite against the Jews and annihilate Jewry, Esau equals Christendom, Ishmael takes Islam. The mixed multitude is an army of mixed race, part Jews, shells, kelipot, seek evil forces of impurity. In all generations, the major tasks of the two Meshichim together, Mashiach ben Yosef and Mashiach ben David, are self-defense and to wage war against the three heads of the outer shells or layers, Esau, Ismael, and the mixed multitude. The special task of Mashiach ben Yosef is to counter Esau, the outer shell on the left. The special task of Mashiach ben David against Ismael is to counter Ismael, the outer shelf on the right. The two Meshichim together are duty-bound to operate against Esau and Ismael, who are likened to an ox and a donkey of impurity. Armilus, the angel of the mixed multitude, is the one who attempts to couple Esau and Ismael, and this could destroy Israel and the entire world, heaven forbid. The main desire of the mixed multitude is to couple Esau and Ismael and to separate the two Meshichim. Our main task is to counter, even battle such deeds. We must destroy the might of the mixed multitude, the layer of the wicked Armilus, and drive them out of Israel. The mixed multitude is our greatest enemy, for it separates the two Meshichim. The outer shell of the mixed multitude operates only by delusions and indirectly. Therefore, the war against the mixed multitude is the most difficult and bitter, and we must wage war against it and overpower it with all our might. Anyone who does not participate in the war against the mixed multitude is actually becoming a partner of the layer of the mixed multitude. Whoever he is, he would have been better off had he not been born. The primary power of the mixed multitude is at the gates of Jerusalem, particularly at the entrance to the city, which is on the western middle line. The Armenian, Greek and Assyrian Christians in the Ottoman Empire represented a bond between Christendom and Islam. That bond between Muslims and Christians posed a threat to Jewry and had to be broken lest Christians and Muslims unite in a defense against the genocidal hostility of Jewry. The Christian West had to be brought into war with the Turkish Empire in order to destroy the unity between Muslims and Christians. This would free up Palestine for the taking while weakening both Christendom and Islam in their self-consuming and genocidal wars against one another. Patricia Crone and Michael Cook quoted an 8th century apocalyptic Jewish work in their book Hagerism, The Making of the Islamic World, which evinces the fact that the Jews who composed it believed Christianity and Islam would clear the way for the Messianic era, and that Muslims, Ishmael, would devour Christians, Esau, and thereby benefit Jewry. There is, in the first place, a Jewish apocalypse of the mid-8th century, The Secrets of Rabbi Simon ben Yohai, which preserves a messianic interpretation of the Arab conquest. Since the Messiah belongs at the end of an apocalypse and not in the middle, this interpretation is likely to derive from an earlier apocalypse written soon after the events to which it refers. The relevant passage is as follows: When he saw the kingdom of Ishmael that was coming, he began to say, "Was it not enough what the wicked kingdom of Edom did to us, but we must have the kingdom of Ishmael too?" At once Metatron, the prince of the countenance, answered and said, "Do not fear, son of man, for the Holy One, blessed be he, only brings the kingdom of Ishmael in order to save you from this wickedness. He raises up over them a prophet according to his will, and will conquer the land for them, and they will come and restore it in greatness, and there will be great terror between them and the sons of Esau." Rabbi Simon answered and said, "How do we know that they are our salvation?" He answered, "Did not the prophet Isaiah say thus? And he saw a troop with a pair of horsemen, etc. Why did he put the troop of asses before the troop of camels, when he need only have said a troop of camels and a troop of asses? But when he, the rider on the camel, goes forth, the kingdom would arise through the rider on an ass. Again, a troop of asses, since he rides on an ass, shows that they are the salvation of Israel, like the salvation of the rider on an ass. Neil Asher Silberman discussed this same book, CJB Simeon Bar Yochai, which purported to contain the prophecies of Simon ben Yochai, the same Simon ben Yochai, Messiah son of Joseph, who had called for the extermination of all Gentiles, and to whom the Zohar was also attributed. From Silberman's book, Heavenly Powers, Unraveling the Secret History of the Kabbalah, enthusiastic Jewish support for the successful Persian invasion of Byzantine Palestine in 614 CE resulted in the return of Jews to the Holy City of Jerusalem and a release from their status as a despised minority. But when the Byzantine forces regrouped and defeated the Persians in 629, Jewish leaders were slaughtered as turncoats and Jewish communities reduced to pariah status again. It is difficult to imagine today, after more than a century of bitter and focused conflict between Jews and Arabs, how great were the hopes and apocalyptic expectations evoked in the early 7th century CE by the rising Arabian tribes against the power of Byzantium. The Emperor Heraclius might have turned back the Persian threat, yet far to the south in Arabia, a widespread movement of militant resistance, based on a novel apocalyptic ideology, was gaining strength. Rumors began to circulate in Roman official circles about the unrest among the Arab tribes, but that people, despised for so long as shiftless nomads, was not taken as seriously as it should have been. Among the Jews, however, the signs of God's imminent judgment were clear and obtained through the technique of a mystical ascent. An anonymous Aramaic text, CJB Simeon Bar Yochai, or the Revelations of Simeon Bar Yochai, whose origins may go back to the 7th century, describes the heavenly journey of the famous 2nd century rebel against the Romans. Making his way through the labyrinth of palaces, Rabbi Simeon finally arrives in the presence of the angel Metatron, who reassures him that the Arabs, the sons of Ishmael, will be God's chosen instrument for the obliteration of the Roman Empire, traditionally identified with the sons of Esau. "Do not fear," Metatron informed Rabbi Simeon. For the Holy One, blessed by He, only brings the kingdom of Ishmael in order to save you from this wickedness. He raises up over them a prophet according to His will, and will conquer the land for them, and they will come and restore it in greatness, and there will be great terror between them and the sons of Esau. And indeed, in the 12 years between the beginning of Muhammad's movement in 622 CE and the appearance of armed Arab forces in the land of Israel in 634, the trajectory of history was decisively changed. Yet it surely must have seemed, at least briefly, that the time of the long-predicted downfall of empire had arrived, and that a millennial age had begun. The hated emperors had lost control of the land of Israel in an era no less wondrous than the time of the fall of Babylon and the return of the exiles to Jerusalem, when the prophecies indeed had come true. After almost 500 years of persecution, exclusion, and theological denigration by the forces of the Church and Empire, 70 Jewish families were allowed back into the holy city of Jerusalem to establish a permanent residential quarter from which to conduct their religious rituals and carry on their trade. The arrival in Jerusalem of the Muslim general Umar ibn al-Khattab marked the beginning of an entirely new, earthly regime for Jerusalem. Now in political control of Palestine, Syria, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Arabia, Muslim leaders began to create a composite civilization that merged the ancient heritage of Jews and Arabs into a new faith that aimed at establishing a kingless kingdom of God. Pointing to their common ancestor Abraham, who was, through Hagar, the patriarch of Ishmael and the Arabs, and through Sarah, the patriarch of Isaac and the Israelites. The Islamic tradition gradually adapted many of the most vivid Jewish mystical beliefs and symbols that had been developing for centuries under Roman rule. The historian David Halperin has pointed to the many suggestive references to heavenly throne-bearers, guardian angels, and ascending levels of heaven in the Muslim tradition that almost certainly reflects the language of Merkabah mysticism. Kabbalists dread peace between Islam and Christendom and have been agitating for war between these Jewish derivative faiths from the beginning of Islam. Muslims and Christians have a common enemy who fears that should Christendom and Islam ever unite to defeat those Jewish forces who wish them both dead, the Jews will be defeated and their planned utopian world to come, Olam Haba, will be lost forever. Though Jews have historically at times sided with Christians against Muslims and Muslims against Christians, often at the same times whenever it is good for the Jews, and often pitted them against one another, the Zohar expresses the Judaists' extremely negative view of both Jesus and the Prophet Muhammad. The Zohar 3.282a states, "From the side of idolatry, Sabbatai, Saturn, is called Lilith, mixed dung, on account of the filth mixed from all kinds of dirt and worms, into which they throw dead dogs and dead asses, the sons of Esau and Ishmael, and there Jesus and Muhammad, who are dead dogs, are buried among them." She, Lilith, is the grave of idolatry, where they bury the uncircumcised, who are dead dogs, abomination and bad smell, soiled and fetid, a bad family. She, Lilith, is the ligament which holds fast the mixed multitude, Exodus 12. 38, which is mixed among Israel, and which holds fast bone and flesh, that is, the sons of Esau and Ishmael, dead bone and unclean flesh, torn of beasts in the field, of which it is said, Exodus 22. 31. Ye shall cast it to the dogs. Moshe Rabbeinu refers to the Messiah as a dead dog in Zohar 3:125b, Raya Mehemna. Jesus, the reincarnation of Cain and Esau, is the messianic dead dog, Messiah son of Joseph. Muhammad, the reincarnation of Ishmael, is the dead dog, Messiah son of David. Together the twin messiahs toss the dead dogs and dead asses of the Christians and Muslims whom they mislead into the dug heap of hell after they slaughter them. As they rot in the valley of Gehinnom, their corpses fertilize the tree of death like rich dung. 1.2.2 Judaist animus towards Christ and Christendom. The Babylonian Talmud states that Jesus was the son of a prostitute and a Roman soldier who learned witchcraft in Egypt and who beguiled Jews to worship him as an idol. While this myth is more fully enunciated in the Toledoth Yeshu, the Talmud also iterates similar beliefs in Shabbath 1:04b, in Sanhedrin 67a, in Sota 47a, in Sanhedrin 43a, in Sanhedrin 107b, and in Sanhedrin 106a to 106b. Balaam, also the son of Beor, the soothsayer, did the children of Israel slay with the sword. A soothsayer? But he was a prophet. Ar Yohanan said, at first he was a prophet, but subsequently a soothsayer. Rabbi Papa observed, this is what men say. She who was the descendant of princes and governors played the harlot with carpenters. Did the children of Israel slay with the sword among them that were slain by them? Rab said, they subjected him to 4 deaths, stoning, burning, decapitation, and strangulation. Jesus ridiculed the scribes and Pharisees, Matthew 22:23. Mark 7:12, 38-40. Luke on Birinci, John Sekis. That was just one of the reasons given for the punishment and execution of Jesus. The Talmud in Erubin 21b states, see also Sanhedrin 88, Tzub. As to the laws of the scribes, whoever transgresses any of the enactments of the scribes incurs the penalty of death. This 8 teaches that he who scoffs at the words of the sages will be condemned to boiling excrements. For neglecting the words of the rabbis, one deserves death. The Talmud states in Gittin 57a that Jesus is boiling in hell in hot excrement, which is his curse for questioning the authority of the rabbis, which he did in performance of his satanic role as the accuser and prosecutor of the Jews. He then went and raised Balaam by incantations. He asked him, who is in repute in the other world? He replied, Israel. What then, he said, about joining them? He replied, thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all thy days forever. Footnote, Deuteronomy 23:7. He then asked, what is your punishment? He replied, with boiling hot semen. Footnote, because he enticed Israel to go astray after the daughters of Moab, v. Sanhedrin 106. He then went and raised by incantations the sinners of Israel. Footnote, Mesem Jesu. He asked them, who is in repute in the other world? They replied, Israel. What about joining them? They replied, seek their welfare, seek not their harm. Whoever touches them touches the apple of his eye. He said, what is your punishment? They replied, with boiling hot excrement, since a master has said, whoever mocks at the words of the sages is punished with boiling hot excrement. Observe the difference between the sinners of Israel and the prophets of the other nations who worship idols. The Talmud states in Rosh Hashanah, folio 17a, that all Christians are damned to hell, Gehinnom, because they do not believe as the Jews do in reincarnation on the material earth, but instead seek a spiritual rebirth as souls sent to hell, minim Bishalf Christians. But as for the minim and the informers and scoffers who rejected the Torah and denied the resurrection of the dead, and those who abandoned the ways of the community, and those who spread their terror in the land of the living, and who sinned and made the masses sin, like Jeroboam the son of Nebat and his fellows, these will go down to Gehinnom and be punished there for all generations, as it says, and they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of the men that have rebelled against me, etc. One of the fundamental doctrines of Judaism is that Gentiles are cursed to die and go to hell. This is taught in, among other places, Psalms 9:17, "The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God." A footnote to the New King James Version of the Bible states that the nations in this verse are in fact the Gentiles. The Hebrew word for nations is the pejorative and derogatory term goyim and is equivalent to Gentiles. Ezekiel 32:17-32 also proclaims that all Gentiles are damned. "It came to pass also in the 12th year, in the 15th day of the month, that the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, wail for the multitude of Egypt, and cast them down, even her, and the daughters of the famous nations, unto the nether parts of the earth, with them that go down into the pit. Whom dost thou pass in beauty? Go down, and be thou laid with the uncircumcised. They shall fall in the midst of them that are slain by the sword. She is delivered to the sword. Draw her, and all her multitudes. The strong among the mighty shall speak to him out of the midst of hell, with them that help him. They are gone down, they lie uncircumcised, slain by the sword. Asher is there, and all her company. His graves are about him, all of them slain, fallen by the sword, whose graves are set in the sides of the pit, and her company is round about her grave, all of them slain, fallen by the sword, which caused terror in the land of the living. There is Elam and all her multitude round about her grave, all of them slain, fallen by the sword, which are gone down uncircumcised into the nether parts of the earth, which caused their terror in the land of the living. Yet have they borne their shame with them that go down to the pit. They have set her a bed in the midst of the slain with all her multitude. Her graves are round about him, all of them uncircumcised, slain by the sword, though their terror was caused in the land of the living. Yet have they borne their shame with them that go down to the pit. He is put in the midst of them that be slain. There is Meshech, Tubal, and all her multitude. Her graves are round about him, all of them uncircumcised, slain by the sword, though they caused their terror in the land of the living. And they shall not lie with the mighty that are fallen of the uncircumcised, which are gone down to hell with their weapons of war. And they have laid their swords under their heads, but their iniquities shall be upon their bones, though they were the terror of the mighty in the land of the living. Yea, thou shalt be broken in the midst of the uncircumcised, and shalt lie with them that are slain with the sword. There is Edom, her kings, and all her princes, which with their might are laid by them that were slain by the sword. They shall lie with the uncircumcised, and with them that go down to the pit. There be the princes of the north, all of them, and all the Zidonians, which are gone down with the slain. With their terror they are ashamed of their might, and they lie uncircumcised with them that be slain by the sword, and bear their shame with them that go down to the pit. Pharaoh shall see them, and shall be comforted over all his multitude, even Pharaoh and all his army, slain by the sword, saith the Lord God. For I have caused my terror in the land of the living, and he shall be laid in the midst of the uncircumcised, with them that are slain with the sword, even Pharaoh and all his multitude, saith the Lord God. 2 Esdras 7:36-44 enunciates the belief that the Gentiles, the Goyim, the nations, will be judged in the end times and damned to hell, Gehinnom, which kingdom of the afterlife in Hades is ruled over by the Gentiles' guardian angel, Satan Samael Jesus. The lake of torment will appear, and across from it will be the place of rest. Hell's furnace will be displayed, and across from it the delightful paradise. Then the Most High will speak to the nations that have been raised. Look and understand whom it is you have denied, whom you haven't served, and whose ordinances you have despised. Look to one side and the other. Here is delight and rest, and over there are fire and torments. He will say these things to them on the judgment day, a day that has no sun or moon or stars, no cloud or thunder or lightning, no wind or water or air, no darkness or evening or morning, no summer or spring or heat, no winter or frost or cold, no hail or rain or dew, no noon or night or early dawn, no shining or brightness or light, but only the splendor of the light of the Most High. All will then begin to see what things are in store for them. It will take a period of about a week of years. This is my judgment and the arrangements made for it. I have shown this to you alone. CEB, the Talmud Shabbat, 116, A instructs Jews to burn all Christian books. Come and hear. The blank spaces and the books of the minim may not be saved from a fire, but they must be burnt in their place, they and the divine names occurring in them. Now surely it means the blank portions of a scroll of the law. Number the blank spaces in the books of minim. Seeing that we may not save the books of minim themselves, need their blank spaces be stated? This is its meaning, and the books of minim are like blank spaces. The Jewish Talmud in the Book of Sanhedrin 59 states that Gentiles who study the Torah must be killed. Christians study the Torah and so must be exterminated. The Talmud in Tractate Avodah Zarah 26, A-26, B states that it is permissible for Jews to kill Christians. R. Joseph further had in mind to say, in regard to what has been taught, that in the case of idolaters and shepherds of small cattle, one is not obliged to bring them up from a pit, though one must not cast them in it, that for payment one is obliged to bring them up on account of ill feeling. Abai, however, said to him, he could offer such excuses as, I have to run to my boy who is standing on the roof, or I have to keep an appointment at the court. R. Abahu recited to R. Yohanan, idolaters and Jewish shepherds of small cattle need not be brought up, though they must not be cast in, but minim, informers, and apostates may be cast in, and need not be brought up. Whereupon R. Yohanan remarked, I have been learning that the words, and so shalt thou do with every lost thing of thy brothers, thou mayest not hide thyself, are also applicable to an apostate, and you say he may be thrown down, leave out apostates. Could he not have answered that the one might apply to the kind of apostate who eats carrion meat to satisfy his appetite, and the other to an apostate who eats carrion meat to provoke? In his opinion, an apostate eating carrion meat to provoke is the same as a min. It has been stated, in regard to the term apostate, there is a divergence of opinion between R. Aha and Rabbina. One says that he who eats forbidden food to satisfy his appetite is an apostate, but he who does it to provoke is a min, while the other says that even one who does it to provoke is merely an apostate. And who is a min? One who actually worships idols. An objection was raised. If one eats a flea or a gnat, he is an apostate. Now such a thing could only be done to provoke, and yet we are taught that he is merely an apostate. Even in that case, he may just be trying to see what a forbidden thing tastes like. The Master said, they may be cast in and need not be brought up. If they may be cast in need, it be said that they need not be brought up. Said R. Joseph B. Hammer, in the name of R. Shesheth. What is meant to convey is that if there was a step in the pit wall, one may scrape it away, giving as a reason for doing so the prevention of cattle being lured by the step to get unto the pit. Rabba and R. Joseph, both of them said, It means to convey that if there is a stone lying by the pit opening, one may cover the pit with it, saying that he does it for the safety of passing animals. Rabina said, "It is meant to convey that if there is a ladder there, he may remove it, saying, 'I want it for getting my son down from a roof.'" An article entitled "The Jews, the Knickerbocker," or New York Monthly Magazine, Volume 53, Number 1, January 1859, pages 41 to 51 at 50 to 51, wrote, "Of all Mussulmans, the Egyptians doubtless regard the Jews with most aversion. In the year 1844, a young man belonging to a respectable family in Cairo suddenly disappeared. Several of the resident consuls, moved by the solicitations of the wretched mother, requested of the viceroy a searching investigation into the circumstances of the case. It could only be discovered that the young man had gone to the Jews' quarter, from which no one had seen him return. He had been missed a few days before the feast of the Passover, and the terrible accusation was laid upon the Jews of having offered the blood of a human victim as a holocaust instead of the blood of the paschal lamb. Had the Israelites not been protected by the Austrian consul, it is probable that the infuriated and bigoted populace would have razed their quarter of the city level with the ground. 4 years previous, a similar event had occurred at Damascus. The Père Thomas, a Christian priest greatly beloved by the people, was treacherously murdered in the house of an opulent Jew named Daout Harari. The affair created much excitement even in Europe. 2 celebrated French advocates were sent to Egypt to plead the cause of the accused before Muhammad Ali, then master of Syria. The intrigues of the Austrian consul and other secret influences brought to bear, procured, an acquittal of the accused. But during the judicial investigation, several important revelations were obtained. 7 Israelites confessed the crime and turned Mussulmans in order to claim the clemency of the Qadis. From them it was learned that a Jewish barber had murdered the Père Thomas in the house of Daout Harari, and that the blood of the priest had been mixed with the unleavened bread. The same year the Jews of Rhodes were charged with a like offence. Similar accusations have been brought against the Israelites living in Germany and Hungary. The Greeks of Constantinople affirm that heretofore the Jews have been in the habit of purloining children in order to sacrifice them as paschal lambs. This sacrilege was universally talked of and generally believed a few years ago in Pera and the Fanar, when the traditional enmity of the Jews and Greeks was at its height. During the Greek Revolution, the Israelites assisted the Turks against the Hellenes, and when the venerable Greek patriarch was hanged by the Muslims, the Jews volunteered to drag his corpse through the streets to the sea. The Jews waged war on the Romans and persecuted Christians by burning Rome and blaming the arsonist attacks on the Christians. Nero's crypto-Jewish wife Poppaea ordered the fires. James Parks wrote, "The day of a brief relief and revenge was, however, approaching." Justinian's grandiose dreams of imperial magnificence and his passion for building, including several churches in Palestine, had heavily overstrained the empire's weak economic resources. His successors could not possibly maintain what he had so rashly conquered, and the empire fell a prey to disorder. Then occurred a repetition of the superstitious fears which had led Valerian and Diocletian to persecute the Christians. Only this time, the infidels who were said to be angering the Almighty were the Jews. Phocas, 602 to 610, and his successor Heraclius, 610 to 641, were said to have been warned that the empire was menaced by the circumcised, and both in consequence ordered the Jews of the empire to accept baptism. What numbers submitted we have no means of knowing. In any case, their submission was probably of short duration, for in 611 the Persians swept through the eastern provinces, and in 614 they took Jerusalem after a siege lasting only 20 days. There is no doubt that the Persians received substantial help from the Jews of Galilee. One chronicler mentions a figure of 20,000 Jewish soldiers, another 26,000. While the actual figures are as unreliable as all ancient figures, there is no reason to question the fact that the Jews aided the Persians with all the men they could muster, and that the help they gave was considerable. Once Jerusalem was in Persian hands, a terrible massacre of Christians took place, and the Jews are accused of having taken the lead in this massacre. It would not be surprising if the accusation were true, even though the fantastic stories told of Jewish revenge by Christian chroniclers are certainly exaggerated. The Jews seem to have hoped that the Persians would allow them the full possession of Jerusalem, and even the re-establishment of an autonomous state. But the Persian occupation was too short for such plans to develop. It lasted only 15 years. In those 15 years, however, changes occurred which centuries were not to repair. The country had been desolated by the Persian armies, agriculture had come to a standstill, cities were empty, while their inhabitants had fled to the mountains, churches and monasteries were in ruins, and much of Jerusalem itself was burnt. All the treasures collected in its shrines, including the true cross itself, had been taken away, and the patriarch Zacharias sent with thousands of others as prisoners to Persia. It was a half-empty country, filled with ruins which, by a supreme effort, Heraclius managed to reoccupy in 629. Though he himself seems to have been inclined to spare the Jews for the part they had played as allies of the Persians, the clergy of Jerusalem thought only of revenge, and as bloody a massacre took place of Jews as had previously taken place of Christians. But that, and the recovery of the true cross, was all the satisfaction that the Christians got. A far more powerful enemy was approaching. In the year in which Heraclius regained Palestine, Muhammad was completing his conquest of Mecca. In 636, his followers entered the country. In 640, Caesarea surrendered, and Byzantine rule was at an end. The New Testament makes numerous charges of the Jewish persecution of Christians and the murder of Jesus and of Christians. Acts chapters 6 through 9 alleges that the Jews persecuted the early church and stoned Stephen with the consent of the Pharisee Saul, who obtained arrest warrants for the Christians of Damascus, and who later renamed himself Paul. Jewish religious literature, including the Talmud and numerous Kabbalistic works, call for the extermination of all Christians. Ben Justin Martyr alleged that Jews sought to murder, murdered, and defamed Christians from the very beginning of the Christian movement, as did several other sources, including biblical sources. Elliot Horowitz chronicles numerous instances of such Jewish violence in his book Reckless Rights, Purim, and the Legacy of Jewish Violence, Jews, Christians, and Muslims from the Ancient to the Modern World, Princeton University Press, 2006. Gustav Dalman wrote, "Since everyone has not the writings of Justin at hand, we venture to offer some important extracts from them bearing on this subject." We quote in accordance with the edition of J. C. Thotto, Jena, 1843. "The Jews regard us as foes and opponents, and kill and torture us, if they have the power." In the lately ended Jewish war, Bar Kokhba, the instigator of the Jewish revolt, caused Christians alone to be dragged to terrible tortures whenever they would not deny and revile Jesus Christ. The Jews hate us because we say that Christ is already come, and because we point out that he, as had been prophesied, was crucified by them. Therefore we pray both for you Jews and for all other men who hate us, that you place yourselves in company with us, and against those whom his works, and the miracles now still wrought through, the invoking of his name, and his teaching, as well as the prophecies concerning him, as holy, undefiled, and blameless, all unite to admonish that they should vomit forth no revilings against Jesus Christ, but believe on him. The high priests of your nation and your teachers have caused that the name of Jesus should be profaned and reviled through the whole world. Ye have killed the just and his prophets before him. And now ye despise those who hope in him and in God, the King over all and Creator of all things, who has sent Jesus. Ye despise and dishonour them, as much as in you lies, in that in your synagogues ye curse those who believe in Christ. Ye only lack the power on account of those who hold the reins of government to treat us with violence. But as often as ye have had this power, ye have also done this. In your synagogues ye curse all who have become Christians, and the same is done by the other nations, who give a practical turn to the curse, in that when anyone merely acknowledges himself a Christian, they put him to death. Nay, ye have added thereto that Christ taught those impious, unlawful, horrible actions, which ye disseminate as charges above all, against those who acknowledge Christ as teacher and as the Son of God, yet revile not the Son of God, and hearken not to the Pharisees as teachers, that after prayer ye should ill-treat the King of Israel with scoffs, as they have been taught you by the rulers of the synagogue. As far as depends on you and the rest of mankind, each Christian is driven not only from his possession, but completely out of the world. Ye permit no Christian to live. Your hand is stretched out for ill-doing. For instead of experiencing repentance for having put Christ to death, ye hate us who through him believe on God and the Father of all things, and ye put us to death as often as ye have the power, and ye continually curse Christ and his adherents, whereas we all pray for you as in general for all men, after the wording of Matthew 5:44, Luke 6:27 forward. Your teachers exhort you to permit yourselves no conversation whatever with us. There does not press upon other nations so heavy an offence against us and Christ as upon you, who are the originators of the preconceived evil opinion, which the nations cherish concerning Christ and us, his disciples. For since ye have attached him, the only blameless and righteous one, to the cross, ye have not only made no amends for your atrocious action, but at that time ye sent forth chosen men from Jerusalem to proclaim throughout the world that there is a new sect, namely the Christians, arisen, which reverence no God, and to spread abroad what all who know us not maintain concerning us. It was your most earnest endeavour that bitter, dark, unjust charges should be put into circulation throughout the whole world against that sole, spotless, and righteous light which was sent from God to men. The Jews make war against the Christians as against a foreign nation, and the Greeks, i.e. the Gentiles, persecute them, but their enemies can allege no ground of hostility. The Masonic Jews of Salonika perpetrated their Young Turk revolution in 1908. Soon thereafter, the crypto-Jewish descendants of the Sabbatai and Russo sect of Salonican Donmeh Jews took advantage of their control of the Turkish Empire as an opportunity to mass murder their Christian, Armenian, Greek, and Assyrian neighbors. The atrocities these Jews perpetrated against Christians were at that time the worst genocide human beings had ever committed in so short a span of time. 1.2.3 Appeals to the Jews to stop the Holocaust appeared in the Times of London. Soon after the Armenian genocide, crypto-Jews committed their genocide of Slavic Christians in the Bolshevik Soviet Union and in the World Wars, followed by their genocide of their own European Jewry, which was followed by the genocide of many Asian peoples under the guise of a communist world revolution. Communism ultimately took some 150 million lives or more. Since the vast majority of Bolshevik leaders were Jewish, they made anti-Semitism a capital offense and summarily executed anyone who identified their Jewish ethnicity or religion. When crypto-Jewish Bolsheviks committed their atrocities in Russia, many well-meaning persons around the world called upon the Jews of the Western world to denounce these Jewish atrocities against Christians. The same thing had happened when Jews and crypto-Jews committed genocide against Christians in the garb of the Young Turks. In both instances, the warning for Western Jews to denounce the murderous campaigns of Eastern Jews not only went largely unheeded, but Jewish leaders instead attempted to deceive the general public and ridiculed those who were trying to protect all Jews from a backlash against the atrocities of the Young Turks and Bolsheviks by exposing the facts in an effort to bring the mass slaughter to a prompt halt, which would have served the best interests of all humanity, including Jewry. Well-intentioned people suspected that there would be a backlash against all Jews should Jews in general fail to condemn the actions of their co-religionists in the Turkish Empire. As would happen with the Bolshevik Revolution, leading Jews failed to heed this warning and instead stepped forward and shamelessly tried to mislead the public and denied what their fellow Jews had done and were planning to do. Jewry have always had a bad reputation for producing such types, and in abundance. Had Jewish leaders heeded these cries for help, the lives of 1.5 million Armenian Christians and tens of millions of Eastern European Christians would have been spared from the crypto-Jewish mass murderers who later slew them. The predictions of a Christian backlash against Jews were correct. Jewish Bolshevist atrocities in Russia, the Ukraine, Hungary, and elsewhere were used to motivate the European public to hate the Jews during the Nazi Holocaust of Europe's Jewry. Many claim that Great Britain and France failed to prepare for the Second World War because they had hoped that Adolf Hitler would hold the line against the Jewish Bolsheviks of the Soviet Union and save Western Europe from the Jews, as the Polish Catholics had done shortly after the First World War, when they courageously stopped Trotsky's brutal and bloody march westward across Europe. Years before the Jewish genocide of Armenian Christians took place in 1915, many compassionate and deeply concerned persons warned Western Jews to denounce the massacres which Jews were perpetrating against their Christian neighbours in the Ottoman Empire. The London Times wrote on the 11th of July 1911, on page 5, note especially the third section of the article under the heading The Salonika Committee, Jews and the Situation in Albania. An appeal for their intervention. From our own correspondent. Vienna, July 10th. I am indebted to the editor of the Zeit for an advance copy of an important article entitled Torgut Shevket's Methods of Warfare by a non-Albania eyewitness, which that journal will publish tomorrow. I have reason to believe the competence of the author to be beyond question. In order to exterminate all the Catholic Highland clans comprising about 100,000 souls, says the writer, Torgut Shevket drove those whom he could not catch in his military noose over the frontier into Montenegro, and thereupon drew a strong cordon of troops from the Adriatic to Gusinje. As soon as the cordon had been formed, he caused all the peaceful Albanians who were earning a livelihood as labourers at Scutari to be expelled from the hills. Before the expulsion, Torgut Shevket had solemnly declared that only the Malisori clans, properly so called, were considered as rebels. No sooner had the expelled labourers, who belonged mostly to the Shala and Slaku clans, reached their villages than the Shala clansmen were also declared to be rebels, and their supplies of food, i.e. maize, front, Scutari, cut off. As the food supply in the Shala country sufficed only for a few weeks, and the inhabitants knew that after they had surrendered their weapons, Torgut Shevket would have them maltreated and bastinadoed, as he did last year, they replied to his demand for their arms, come and take them, and to escape starvation began to slaughter their flocks which form their only capital. Thus, Torgut Shevket will, in any case, have ruined some 8,000 Albanians, not 3,600 as Turkish journals pretend, and will have compelled them to emigrate. He himself triumphantly reported last week that their provisions were almost exhausted. The fight of the Shala people at Treboina on Friday was nothing but a desperate attempt to break through the Turkish cordon in order to bring back from Montenegro bread for their starving women and children. The Bregumatia. Yes. In comparison with the refined cruelty of Torgut Shevket's behavior towards 16,000 Pacific Malisori in the Bregumatia, or marshy littoral, his treatment of the Shala people, continues the writer, is anodyne. Nearly one-half of the Highland clans have been accustomed from time immemorial to descend every autumn with their flocks and families into the Bregumatia, and to winter there, but as in June, veritable clouds, not merely swarms of mosquitoes, make the littoral uninhabitable, they return to the hills early in summer. On their way down in autumn they are obliged to pass through Scutari, and at the Drin Bridge, guarded by soldiers, they are made to pay a tax of 8 pence per head for every sheep, worth 11 shillings. Fourth, and to give up all weapons. An insurrection among the clans in the Bregumatia being thus out of the question, and their destruction manu military therefore unjustifiable, Torgut Shevket forbade them at the beginning of summer to return to the hills. Malaria is already raging among them. Their flocks must perish from drinking the foul water of the now stagnant marshes, and Torgut Shevket is near the attainment of his object. A superior Turkish official of Scutari, Ibrahim Efendi Kyori, has declared publicly that the Ottoman government intends to let the Malisori in the Bregumatia die like swine in a bog. If European diplomacy does not soon bestir itself on behalf of the North Albanian Catholics, concludes the writer, it will very quickly be able to boast of having by its notes lent a hand to the murderous work of the Imperial Ottoman generals Torgut Shevket Pasha. The Salonika Committee. The author, who in his indignation invokes diplomatic aid for the perishing Albanians, overlooks the circumstances which, in this instance, must render diplomatic action ineffectual or belated. Diplomatists can appeal only to the Ottoman government, but not to the unofficial, intangible Salonika Committee, whose behests Torgut Shevket executed in his ill-treatment of the Albanians last year, ill-treatment that provoked the present revolt, and whose secret program he is now attempting to carry out. To be efficacious, influence must be brought to bear upon the committee from quarters which the committee will respect, or at least fear. These quarters are the honest and humanitarian Jews of England, the United States, Italy, and other countries. It is a well-known fact that the Salonika Committee was formed under Masonic auspices with the help of the Jews and Donmehs, or crypto-Jews of Turkey, whose headquarters are at Salonika, and whose organization took, even under Abdul Hamid, a Masonic form. Jews like Emmanuel Carasso, Salem, Sassoon, Farji, Mesla, and Donmehs, or crypto-Jews like Javid Bey and the Balji family, took an influential part both in the organization of the committee and in the deliberations of its central body at Salonika. These facts, which are known to every government in Europe, are also known throughout Turkey and the Balkans, where an increasing tendency is noticeable to saddle the Jews and Donmehs with responsibility for the sanguinary blunders which the committee has made. To apportion responsibility justly is at present impossible. It appears unquestionable that the Jews supplied the brains for the committee movement, and it is equally certain that if and when the movement ends in disaster, they will be made to incur the odium for events like the Adana massacres, the beatings of Bulgarian peasants last autumn, and the present Albanian operations, which have shed so sorry a light upon the young Turkish regime. The enlightened and humanitarian Jews in England and other countries, those who did not fear to organize Jewish committees for the purpose of combating the white slave traffic carried on chiefly by their depraved co-religionists abroad, have assuredly no notion of the situation that is developing throughout the Near East, nor of the weapons that are being put into the hands of every palliator of pogroms. Frank and fearless inquiry would reveal to their eyes a state of things of which diplomatists and statesmen have been whispering for months past, and to which sporadic but necessarily obscure allusions have been made from time to time in the European press. Now, in view of the position in Albania, reticence would be misplaced. There is reason to believe that a direct appeal from the humanitarian Jews of the Western world to the Jewish organizations in Turkey would do more to stay the hand of Turgut Şevket and to prevent the development of a catastrophe in the Near East than all the notes or injunctions which European diplomacy can indict and address to the Golden Horn. Reported, Rising in the South. A telegram to the Neue Freie Press reports, on the basis of Montenegrin official information, that some Tosk clans of southern Albania have risen. Troops have been ordered thither from Alessio. This humanitarian appeal to rescue the Armenians was met with ridicule by Jewry. Had it been properly received, the lives of 1.5 million Armenians would have been spared from the racist Jews who ordered the Armenians' complete destruction. It was not long before a Jewish leader stepped forward to misrepresent the facts to the public in order to cover up Jewish misdeeds. This chief rabbi undoubtedly and mistakenly believed that he could intimidate anyone who knew the truth with the threat of labeling them anti-Semites and Jew-baiters for daring to expose the facts in a rational manner. Many Jews have used this tactic to chill debate. Jews are taught in the Hebrew Bible, the Jewish Talmud, and in Jewish Kabbalistic writings to be loyal only to the Jewish tribe. They are further taught that it is their moral obligation to deceive the Goyim, non-Jews, with knowing falsehoods and misrepresentations, lest the Gentiles discover the Jewish plan to exterminate all non-Jews. Jews who disobey these commandments are said to be informers and are subjected to the death penalty pursuant to the Din Moser. Jews are taught to put Jews, not moral principles, first when dealing with Gentiles, and routinely ask themselves, is it good for the Jews when making decisions? Jews are also taught that Gentiles are subhuman pagan cattle who must be exterminated so that their Jewish gods Yahweh and Shekinah can restore order to world by making the earth exclusively Jewish. The relevant Jewish religious writings which prove these facts will be quoted further on in this text and are much more fully outlined in my books, Beware the World to Come and Rise Above the Gods Who Hate Us. Dr. Moses Gaster was chief rabbi of the Sephardic Jewish communities of England. Many of the Jews of England and Turkey were Sephardic descendants of Jews who had emigrated out from Spain and Portugal when Judaism was banned. Sephardic Jews consider themselves to be racially superior to Ashkenazi Jews, who largely descend from various European sources, including the Khazars. Rabbi Gaster, or Castro, was a Romanian Jew who had emigrated to England. He was an ardent and long-time Zionist and the most prominent Zionist in England. He was vice president of the Anglo-Jewish Association and had established Jewish colonies in Palestine. Gaster sent a letter to the editor of the London Times, which was published on 27th July 1911 on page 5. Note that many of his falsehoods were contradicted in an obituary for Emmanuel Carasso, published in the London Times on 8th June 1934, on page 19, and by Sir Gerard Lowther's letters to the British Foreign Office. Gershom Scholem, Professor Dr. Yalchin Küçük, and others have written extensively on the involvement of Jews in the Young Turk Revolution and other nefarious affairs. Jasper Ridley and Paul Dumont discussed the influence of Freemasonry in the Turkish Empire. Ilgaz Zorlu gives evidence of the Donmeh influence in modern Turkey. The Ergenekon and Donmeh in the Turkish military establishment still wield controlling power in Turkey. Rabbi Gaster wrote Jews and the Situation in Albania to the editor of The Times. Sir Messrs. Karaso, Fahi, Maslum, and even Javid Bey will rub their eyes with astonishment and will feel not a little indignant at the fanciful picture drawn or reproduced by your correspondent in today's issue of the Times of their influence and importance in the Salonika Secret Committee, and of the share which is imputed to them in the acts of violence alleged against the Young Turks. These men are inoffensive lawyers and merchants, and would shrink at the idea of blood being shed at their instance. Your Vienna correspondent and the diplomats who whisper and never venture to raise their voices must know better the inner organization of the Young Turks, and how insignificant a part the few Jews, and the still less numerous Donmeh, a mere handful, are playing in the council of the committee in Salonika and elsewhere. It is an insult to the committee, and there is not an atom of truth in it. The whole organization is a purely military one, and the principal civil Turkish element are men who have spent a good deal of their life in forcible exile in Western Europe during the reign of Abdul Hamid. There they have learnt the system of secret organization which has nothing whatsoever to do with Freemasonry except the forming of secret societies by the committee. They have also learnt the principle of the state resting on homogeneous nationality and forcible nationalization of different elements in the empire. The Jews of Turkey have just as little to do with it as, perhaps, the Armenians or the Greeks, of whom a few are also in the committee. To suggest that the unfortunate massacres of Adana, started by an Armenian butcher, as has since been verified, and the reprehensible retaliation on Bulgars by Turks, exasperated through the excesses of the Komitages encouraged from Bulgaria, should have in the remotest degree been inspired by Jews in the Council of Salonika, is as extraordinary a suggestion as was ever penned by your correspondent, who evidently draws his information from sources to whom Jews and Freemasons are an object of equal detestation. As for the Albanians, they are a brave, noble-hearted, fine people, whose word is a word, and on whose loyalty one can place implicit confidence and trust, possibly the finest race in the Balkan Peninsula. I have known the Albanians from my early youth and have loved them for their bravery and uprightness, and without boasting, I may claim to have in my library perhaps more Albanian books than in any other private library outside the British Museum. The Albanians have also been caught by the same fever of nationality, and there are now various religious and political agencies at work to stir up and to mislead these poor brave people. If I remember aright, the Battle of Letters, Greek, Latin, Turkish, which means far more than lies on the surface, has once been graphically described in the columns of the Times. But Europe is being misled. The far larger number of Mohammedan and Orthodox Albanians like Gegs, Tosks, Miradites and so on have not shown any sign of revolt. The Catholic Malisori, only a small fraction of the Albanian nation, have been egged on to fight, and these poor people are used as a pawn in the unavowed game played by other powers behind the scenes. To suggest that the Jews of the committee should have had anything to do with it, or with any violent action against Albania, is almost ludicrous. Jews have never yet been credited with acting like arrant fools, and it would be the height of folly, nay, a political crime, were the Jews to lead the Turks to European intervention and their own undoing. You may rest assured that if we Jews could do anything to influence the Turkish authorities and induce them to grant liberties to the Albanians compatible with the integrity of the Turkish Empire, we would not wait for any appeal from your correspondent, but the appeal must go in another direction. Let those forces that are at work stay their hand, and peace will soon reign in Albania. It is only bare justice to the Jews in the Committee of Salonika to repudiate with indignation the insinuations and suggestions of your correspondent, and to protest against the disingenuous way in which a scapegoat is sought in a few and inoffensive Jews for the sins of others whom, for obvious reasons, one is afraid to mention. It is in complete accordance with the approved methods of medieval and modern Jew baiting. The Jews may have given brains to the committee, but they have not placed a sword in their hand, nor would they ever do so. I am yours obediently, Monsieur Gaster. July 11th. Zionist Jews did indeed seek to lead the Turks to European intervention and their own undoing, because the Zionists wanted to break apart the Turkish Empire and take over the land from the Nile to the Euphrates of the ancient Egyptian Empire, which they believed belonged to them by divine right, Genesis 15:18. Many leading Jews desperately desired a war between Christendom and Islam. Those Jews pitted these two religious communities against one another by instigating the slaughter of Christians in the Ottoman Empire and blaming it exclusively on Muslims. Rabbi Gaster surely knew that Zionist Jews had been planning to provoke a world war, starting with the tensions between Great Britain, Russia, and the Turkish Empire over the trade routes passing through the Middle East, and over the Eastern question, first involving Greece, the Balkans, etc., just as the banking Jews had already provoked the Crimean and Russo-Turkish wars. This planned world war centered on a racialist perspective on nationality that Jews could exploit in order to artificially generate a war between Pan-Islam, the British Empire, Pan-Germanism, and Pan-Slavism, while carefully concealing the hidden hand of Pan-Judaism, which behind the scenes was instigating and fomenting the racialist nationalism and imperialism of the others. Jewish leaders hoped that they could petition for a Jewish state in Palestine after the disastrous world war they intended to cause that would fracture the empires and end the monarchies. They prompted other ethnicities to make like petitions for national independence and territory at a planned peace conference following the World War that would balkanize the great empires, which war had not yet begun and which war would destroy the empires the Jews wanted to destroy in order to make way for racially, religiously, and ethnically segregated individual ethno-states that would be carved out of the fallen and dismantled empires. Judaism calls upon Jews to ruin all Gentiles' kingdoms, and many Jewish leaders wanted to break up the cosmopolitan and tolerant empires and monarchies which were leading to Jewish assimilation. Zionist Jews believed that Jewish assimilation was a form of extermination. Leading Jews also wanted to break up the empires so that other peoples would ask for independent nations with borders drawn along racial, ethnic, religious, and historical lines. That would afford the Jews an opportunity to make a like petition for the land of Palestine after the Jews had successfully destroyed the Turkish Empire, which owned this land, destroyed it financially, militarily, culturally, religiously, and politically. Jewish leaders were successful in these plans, though they failed to convince large enough numbers of Jews to emigrate to Palestine. Jewish bankers then placed Adolf Hitler in power in the hopes that he would chase the reluctant Jews of Europe down to Palestine. The New York Times reported on Rabbi Gaster's rebuttals in the following article, declares that Jews incite massacres. Article in Die Zeit blames the Salonika Committee for the situation in Albania. The New York Times, Parts 3 and 4. Cable News, Wireless and Sporting Sections, 16th July 1911. Page 3 declares that Jews incite massacres article in Die Zeit blames the Salonika Committee for the situation in Albania. M. Gaster's sharp denial. He says it would be height of folly for Jews to lead such a movement, calls story Jew baiting, by Marconi Transatlantic, Wireless Telegraph to the New York Times, London, July 15th, by telegraph to Clifton, Ireland, thence by wireless. The Salonika Committee, which is the occult power behind the throne of Young Turkey, has been in hot water for some time past. Some of the strongest supporters in the European press of the constitutional regime in Turkey having come to the conclusion that the influence of the committee is maleficent and calculated to bring about a state of affairs worse than before the deposition of Abdul Hamid. One of the most remarkable arraignments of the Salonika Committee is made by the Vienna paper Die Zeit, which declares that Turgut Shevket's methods of exterminating the Highland Catholic clans of Albania were directly inspired by the committee, whose program the Turkish general is carrying out. Die Zeit, after pointing out the danger of a European conflagration unless the situation in Albania is ameliorated, says that diplomacy can appeal only to the Ottoman government, but not to the unofficial intangible Salonika Committee, whose behests Turgut executed in his ill treatment of the Albanians last year. Therefore, adds Die Zeit, to be efficacious, influence must be brought to bear upon the committee from quarters which the committee will respect, or at least fear. These quarters are the honest and humanitarian Jews of England, the United States, Italy, and other countries. It is a well-known fact that the Salonika Committee was formed under Masonic auspices, with the help of Jews and the Donmehs, crypto-Jews, of Turkey, whose headquarters are at Salonika, and whose organization took even under Abdul Hamid a Masonic form. These facts, which are known to every government in Europe, are also known throughout Turkey and the Balkans, where an increasing tendency is noticeable to saddle the Jews and Donmehs with the responsibility for the sanguinary blunders which the committee has made. It appears unquestionable that Jews supplied the brains for the committee movement, and it is equally certain that if the movement ends in disaster, they will be made to incur the odium for events like the Adana massacres, the beatings of Bulgarian peasants last autumn, and the present Albanian operations, which have shed so sorry a light upon the young Turkish regime. Enlightened and humanitarian Jews in England and other countries have assuredly no notion of the situation that is developing throughout the Near East, nor of the weapons that are being put into the hands of every palliator of pogroms. A frank and fearless inquiry would reveal to their eyes a state of things of which diplomats and statesmen have been whispering for months past, and to which sporadic but necessary obscure allusions have been made from time to time in the European press. Now, in view of the position of Albania, reticence would be misplaced. There is reason to believe that a direct appeal from the humanitarian Jews in the Western world to the Jewish organizations in Turkey would do more to stay the hand of Turgut Shevket and prevent the development of a catastrophe in the Near East than all the notes or injunctions which European diplomacy can indict and address to the Golden Horn. This article has been republished and continues to create a sensation in English Jewish circles, and on their behalf Gaster has replied by a letter in which he says that there is not atom of truth in the charges. Gaster says that the Jews in the Salonika Committee are few and are playing an inconspicuous part. To suggest that the unfortunate massacres of Adana, started by the Armenian butcher, as has since been verified, and the reprehensible retaliation on the Bulgars by Turks, exasperated through the excesses of the committee's entourage from Bulgaria, should have in the remotest degree been inspired by the Jews in council at Salonika, is as extraordinary a suggestion as was ever penned by your correspondent, who evidently draws his information from sources to which the Jews and Freemasons are the objects of equal detestation. Monsieur Gaster goes on to say that the Catholic Malisori of Albania are being egged on first, and are being used as a pawn in the unavowed game played by other powers behind the scenes. To suggest, concludes Monsieur Gaster, that the Jews of the committee should have had anything to do with it, or with any violent actions against Albania, is almost ludicrous. Jews have never yet been credited with acting like arrant fools, and it would be the height of folly, nay, a political crime, were the Jews to lead in their own undoing. It is only bare justice to the Jews in the committee of Salonika to repudiate with indignation the insinuations and suggestions of your correspondent, and to protest against the disingenuous way in which a scapegoat is sought in a few and inoffensive Jews for the sins of others. This is in complete accordance with the approved methods of medieval and modern Jew-baiting. The Jews may have given the brains to the committee, but they have not placed the sword in their hand, nor would they ever do so. The London Times published the following letter to the editor on 19 July 1911, on page 5, which debunked Dr. Gaster's demonstrably false assertions, "The Jews and Young Turks," to the editor of the Times. Sir, in your much-esteemed paper of today's issue you publish a letter by Dr. Gaster, who strongly repudiates the allegations reported by your able Vienna correspondent against the Jews of Salonika and their confederates, the Committee of Union and Progress. I'm afraid, Doctor. Gaster, in his fervent and natural desire to defend his co-religionists, has been led to make some misstatements. Firstly, he says that a few Greeks are in the all-powerful committee. Could he state a single instance of a Greek being in this committee? Secondly, he states that only the Malisori have revolted, and that the Tosks and Mirdites have not risen. Well, this is contrary to the truth. The Nerdites have risen last month, and if they keep still now, it is that they haven't sufficient arms, and as to the Tosks, it appears that they are quite restless, so much that the government has dispatched thither troops. The Jews of Turkey have not placed a sword in the hands of the committee, but have placed, as Dr. Gaster says, brains, and he is perfectly right. But this is worse than a sword, for they have placed pernicious brains. It is not my purpose to shift the responsibility which lies on the shoulders of the short-sighted Committee of Union and Progress on the Jews, but there are some cases where they appear to be responsible. It is a secret de Polichinelle that it is the Jews or German Jews of Salonika who were the instigators of the stupid boycott against the Greek shipping and commerce, which boycott, although profitable to the Jews of Salonika, undoubtedly does not facilitate the Young Turkey's heavy task, because it necessarily alienated from them the sympathies of 1/5 at least of the inhabitants of the Turkish Empire, and the Turks proper have no shipping or commerce with which to replace the Greek. The pretext that it was a measure of retaliation for the Cretan question cannot be now seriously advanced. So, in this case, at least the brains they have given were good for the attainment of their private ends, but not for the good of the so-called constitutional Turkey, which can only steady itself by seeking the friendship of its neighbours and adopting the policy of political decentralization. I am, sir, your obedient servant, M.A. Siriotis, Common Room, Gray's Inn, July 12th. The Jewish bankers of Salonika came to their own defence and denied their involvement in the mass murder. Jews are taught to scapegoat others, and the scapegoat is an important part of Jewish religious mythology, Leviticus 16, Yoma, which played a major role in the Armenian Holocaust. Kabbalistic Jews believe that the devil will intercede on their behalf on the Day of Atonement, and flip from being their adversary and accuser to becoming their advocate and scapegoat the Gentiles for the sins of Israel in the heavenly court after they present Satan with a scapegoat on Yom Kippur. The following letter by the Salonican Jewish banker Modiano appeared in the London Times on the 4th of August 1911 on page 11, Jews in Turkey, to the editor of the Times. Sir, after Dr. Gaster of London, we also, the Israelite community of Salonika, request permission to refute in the columns of your esteemed journal the utterly incorrect assertions contained in an article which appeared in the Times of the 11th July, an article borrowed from the Zeit by your Vienna correspondent, and in a letter from Mr. A. Siriotis, published by you on the 19th inst. These documents constitute a formal act of accusation against the Jews and the Young Turks. We have no authority to speak in the name of the Committee of Union and Progress, which is the sole judge of its own actions. It is no business of ours to defend it against the accusations put forward by your correspondent. But what we boldly affirm is that the committee, which is composed of the heroes who have given to Turkey liberty and the constitution, of persons devoted to the country, of enlightened and intelligent men, of noble hearts, has no need of Jewish heads or of Jewish intelligence. It is an additional insult to the committee to suppose it incapable of thinking and acting for itself. Of the 5 Israelites incriminated by your correspondent as principal leaders, directing heads of the committee, one, Mr. Salem, being of foreign nationality, never could have been a member. Among the 4 others, the deputies Emmanuel Carasso, Maslia, Faragi, and Sasson, some have been, and perhaps may still be, members of the Committee of Union and Progress, but not one of them, so far as we know, is a member of the Salonika Central Committee. Even if they were, their presence in the midst of a group of high-class people would not necessarily imply their participation in the management of affairs. Besides, even if such were the case, these gentlemen are too honourably known for the legend, created from beginning to end by their detractors, to gain credence in this country. The accusation brought against the Jews of playing a preponderating and sinister part in the affairs of Turkey is therefore a pure invention, a base calumny. And to seek to attribute to the Jews and Donmeh any influence whatsoever on the policy of this country is simply an attempt to sow discord among the different elements which compose the population of the Ottoman Empire. Again, were your correspondents not bound by the most elementary honesty to verify these grave accusations before publicly formulating them? If their authors, instead of insinuating that statesmen and diplomatists hold whispered conversations on the meddling of the Jews in Turkish policy, had taken the precaution to make inquiries of the Salonika consulates or of the Constantinople embassies, they would certainly have been spared the annoyance of finding themselves ranked among the number of those who extenuate or excuse the pogroms. But it is crying in the wilderness to reason with irreconcilable adversaries like the contributor to the Zeit and Mr. A. Siriotis, who reproached the Jews with the massacres of Adana, the suppression of the Bulgarian insurrection, the present situation in Albania, and, better still, the boycotting of Greek merchandise. We indignantly protest against the calumnious imputations thus laid to the charge of our co-religionists, and we ask Mr. A. Siriotis to show in what respect this boycott has been profitable to the Jews of Salonika. Has he ever heard of Jewish steamship companies or of Jewish ship owners whose existence might explain the interest they would have had in getting up the boycott? Is he unaware of the fact that the Jews of Salonika are for the most part traders, and that far from fomenting trouble they wish, were it only for the sake of their commerce, to see peace reigning in the country? Once more, we cannot convert the sworn enemies of Israel. If we have taken the trouble to call attention to their prejudiced allegations, we have done so in the first place out of regard for justice and truth, and, in the second place, for the honour and good name of the Times, thanking you in anticipation for the hospitality which we feel sure you will extend to this letter. We are, sir, the Israelite community of Salonika. For the community, the President, S.D. Modiano, Salonika, July 28th. Note that just as today, when anyone who criticizes any Jew or accuses the nation of Israel of any wrongdoing is apt to be accused of sympathizing with the Holocaust of European Jews, the Jewish banker Modiano laid the guilt of the pogroms on Siriotis for daring to reveal the Jewish role in the deadly intrigues of the time. Jews have always attempted to silence their critics with the charge of anti-Semitism. This practice predates the Nazi Holocaust by thousands of years. The sophistry of Modiano's letter was typical of the type of lies Jews often told to defend their interests. It did not matter to them if their falsehoods were transparent to anyone familiar with fundamental logical principles and the facts of the matter at hand, because such persons already knew the truth and were not likely to be persuaded by lies in any event. Rather, their sophistry was meant to appeal to the masses who could easily be won over. Elena Gorokova described the old game that was played in the Soviet Union in her book A Mountain of Crumbs. Or perhaps I do know. Perhaps it's part of the same old game, Vranyo. The game we all play, my mother, my sister, my teachers at school, my friend Tanya, who is talking to a girl in Reebok sneakers, and even Maria Mikhailovna, or maybe especially Maria Mikhailovna, with her well-tailored suits and lectures on Leningrad, the cradle of the great October Socialist Revolution. The rules are simple. They lie to us. We know they're lying. They know we know they're lying, but they keep lying anyway, and we keep pretending to believe them. The Jewish dissimulators who further endangered the imperiled lives of Armenians depended upon the fact that their disproportionate control of the press would enable them to effectively silence those who would expose their lies and illogic. A few letters to the editor by a few well-intentioned dissenters cannot overcome the overwhelming force of the disproportionately Jewish-controlled press and book publishing industry, which power also includes most venues of book review, Jewish-controlled academia, which has long been noteworthy for its lack of integrity, having long been subject to the censure of the Church and the influence of corrupt Jews, and which also hides behind the misrepresentative Jewish control of the press and the ability that World Jewry has to spread lies, smears and rumors around the globe through numerous venues, from comedians to journalists, to authors, to political advisors, to bankers, to the man on the street. Jewish bankers, like the Modianos, had the power to shut down whole empires, and they used it to terrible effect. Their power continues today, as demonstrated by their ability to deprive Kanye West of the majority of his wealth and his ability to freely do business as he sees fit, or access his choice of banks. The Dearborn Independent published several articles in the early 1920s which demonstrated the power of Jewry to target their critics with boycotts and otherwise control public opinion and silence dissent. Many of those articles were republished in the 4-volume series The International Jew, the World's Foremost Problem. Armenians kept the sick man of Europe alive and so had to be eliminated in order to bring down the Turkish Empire which controlled Palestine. Ismail Kemal Bey wrote of the warm relations which existed between Ottoman Turks and Armenians prior to 1893, and discussed the role the Armenians played in sustaining the Turkish Empire, which the Young Turk sought to overthrow and balkanize. Even before the downfall of the Byzantine Empire and the rise of the Ottoman, the Armenians had ceased to be a kingdom, either as Greater Armenia or later as Smaller Armenia. But in relating the misfortunes of the Armenians, it should be borne in mind that from the beginning of the Ottoman Empire until the time of Abdul Hamid, they enjoyed a long period of relative peace. All this time the Armenians were living in peace and safety in all parts of the empire, side by side with the Turks and other Muslim inhabitants. This mutual confidence was based not only on affinity, but because the Armenians were in the eyes of the Turks a useful element in the economic life of the country, and being already in possession of their national existence, they constituted no menace to the dominant race. I remember seeing at Kütahya a marble slab erected to record the act of Jakub Çelebi, of the family of the Germayans, father-in-law of the Sultan Bayezid, and grandfather of the Sultan Mehmet I, who consecrated a portion of his annual revenues given for the furtherance of pious works to the supplying of oil for the lamps of the Armenian church at Kütahya. For this harmony between the Mussulman people and the Armenians, and the special benevolence extended to these latter by the Turkish government, there were also specific reasons. The government of the Sultans had always nurtured a certain suspicion of and reserve towards the Greeks and the Greek Patriarchate, which represented in their eyes the survival of the decayed Byzantine Empire. About the Armenians, on the other hand, there was nothing to inspire distrust or suspicion. Always considered the most faithful Christian subjects of the empire, they were called the Milleti Sadika, the faithful people. When Turkey entered upon a course of civilization and progress, the first Christians to enjoy the benefit of the new regime of equality were the Armenians. The first Christian ministers and high dignitaries of the Porte were Armenians. During the times of Reshid, Fuad, and Ali Pashas, the chancellery of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was almost continuously confided to Armenians. So was almost all the diplomatic correspondence. When, after the Crimean War, Turkish statesmen started to work for a constitutional system, about 1860, they granted to the Armenian church and community a regime based on a fundamental law, which was intended as an experiment in constitutions and was to form a model for later use. Among those who worked in later years with Midhat Pasha at the establishment and working of the Ottoman constitution, a large number were Armenian dignitaries. Among them, Odion Effendi particularly distinguished himself. Even Abdul Hamid continued to have Armenians as ministers, particularly for the department of the civil list. Siriotis responded to Modiano in the London Times on 25 August 1911 on page 3. The Jews and Young Turks to the editor of the Times. Sir, in the Times of the 4th inst. You published a letter from the Israelite community of Salonika, in which they strongly protest against your Vienna correspondent, the editor of the Zeit, and myself, for the statements I made in my letter which you were good enough to publish in your much-esteemed paper of July 19th last. As I do not want to trespass on your valuable space, I shall deal very briefly with the points they raise and restrict myself to the part concerning me personally. I believe the Israelite community of Salonika took great offense at my specific charge, which they rightly qualify as a formal act of accusation against the Jews and Young Turks, because I have touched la corde sensible. But instead of adducing any evidence to rebut my statement and corroborate their undefendable case, they ask me sophistical questions and betake themselves to personal abuse, and refer to me as a sworn enemy of Israel, a calumniator, and one of those who extenuate or excuse the pogroms. Are all the writers who have contributed in the present discussion, and all those who have written on the subject in the same sense with us, also sworn enemies of Israel and irreconcilable adversaries? I believe, sir, that your readers would rather think that they are sworn friends of truth and truth alone. They say, 1. It is a base calumny to assert that the Jews in Turkey have given any brains to Young Turkey. This is absolutely false, and I refer the Israelite community of Salonika to the letter of your Constantinople correspondent, pp. 4-5, which you published in the Times of the 9th inst, the contents of which I heartily endorse. So on this simple point they are found out making a gross misstatement of facts. 2. They ask me to show in what respect this boycott has been profitable to the Jews of Salonika. This question is quite characteristic. They also ask me if I am unaware of the fact that the Jews of Salonika are for the most part traders. I shall answer these two questions together, for they are related as cause and effect. I am not unaware of this fact, and that is why I asserted that the Jews, or German Jews and Donmehs of Salonika, instigated the boycott against Greek trade and shipping, for they had every interest, auri sacra fames, to ruin their chiefest competitors, as they only could replace the ruined Greeks. Salonika, where the commerce is greater and the Jews more numerous than in any other town of the Greek archipelago, would naturally profit by this more than any other place. And again, I venture to affirm, and I speak advisedly, when I say that the governments of all the European powers have received reports from their diplomatic and consular agents in Turkey assuring them that the boycott against Greek commerce was mainly engineered and directed by those Jewish traders who encounter the competition of Greek commercial genius as the one adversary whom they fail by other means to overcome in the Levant. I need not insist upon the fact that, apart from the difficulty of tracing the actual parties benefiting, owing to the complexity of commercial interests, in such cases it is next to impossible to cite particular names, but everybody in the Near East and the Turks themselves admit the fact. As I said in my previous letter, it is a secret de polichinelle. But even if they did not profit to the extent they anticipated, this is not to be attributed to the want of desire on the part of the Jews of Salonika, but merely to the Greeks themselves. 3. They ask me also if I ever heard of Jewish steamship companies and Jewish ship owners. This question is not only childish, but wide of the mark and is begging the question. Nevertheless, the sweeping denial is far from tenable. Lloyd's Register will give you the names of Jewish ship owners, and I can say that it is a fact that since that insensate boycott started, many steamers were bought for Turkey, the purchasers being mostly Jews or crypto-Jews. The Israelite community of Salonika must really have a poor opinion of other people's mental faculties to put such a question. I am loth, sir, of abusing so much of your kind hospitality, but as the Israelite community of Salonika has challenged the truth of my statements, I had no other course open to me but to make this brief rejoinder and answer by facts, not questions, their sophistical arguments, and show what is their regard to justice and truth. Thanking you in anticipation, I remain, sir, your obedient servant, M.A. Siriotis. Common Room, Gray's Inn, August 21 inches. Chief Rabbi Gaster's misrepresentations were easily refuted. The rabbi's attempt to silence the truth with the shrill cry of Jew-baiting failed. The Times Vienna correspondent responded with a letter to the editor, which was published in the London Times on July 27, 1911, on page 5, Jews and the Situation in Albania. 2. The editor of the Times. Sir, may I ask for space briefly to dissect the main misstatements contained in the letter addressed to you in regard to my dispatch of the 11th instant by Dr. Moses Gaster, the Haham or Chief Rabbi of the Sephardic Jewish Communities of England and Vice President of the Anglo-Jewish Association, First Doctor. Gaster describes the Salonika Committee Jews and Donmehs like Emmanuel Carasso and Javid Bey as inoffensive lawyers and merchants, but does not explain in what mercantile capacity Carasso joined the committee commission, which consisted, if I remember rightly, of only 3 or 4 individuals that deposed Abdul Hamid, nor in what legal capacity Javid Bey became Minister of Finance as a committee nominee. As Dr. Gaster well knows, these men are influential politicians and, as such, bear their part of responsibility for the doings of the political organization with which they are prominently associated. Second, since Dr. Gaster admits that a few Jews and the still less numerous Donmeh, a mere handful, are playing a part in the council of the committee at Salonika and elsewhere, what ground has he to declare offhand that the suggestion that they may be playing an important part is an insult to the committee in which there is not an atom of truth? Can he truthfully deny that the principal Salonika Lodge of Macedonia, of which Emmanuel Carasso was in 1907 to 1908 and maybe still is master, was one of the 2 earliest, if not the earliest, meeting place of the committee, and that the members of the committee met there as Masons? Is it or is it not the case that in Masonic and cognate secret organizations the greatest influence is wielded by a mere handful of men holding high rank? Should Dr. Gaster deny either the important part played by Jews in Salonika Freemasonry, or the intimate connection between the Salonika lodges and the committee, evidence can be adduced from official Masonic publications to confute him. 3. This being the case, I confess inability to understand Dr. Gaster's statement that the system of secret organization adopted by the Young Turks has nothing whatever to do with Freemasonry except the forming of secret societies by the committee. 4th, the principle of the state resting on homogeneous nationality and forcible nationalization of different elements, which Dr. Gaster declares the Young Turks to have learned in Western Europe, might have been better studied by them in Eastern Prussia, Russia, and Hungary. In neither of these countries has its application been attended by such success as to justify its adoption by the far less homogeneous Turkey. In Hungary, where its application receives, unfortunately, the support of the overwhelmingly Jewish press and of many Jewish Freemasons, professors, and politicians, striking analogies to the blunders of the Salonika Committee might be found. 5. Such assurances as that the unfortunate massacres of Adana were started by an Armenian butcher, as has since been verified, might have been left by Dr. Gaster to Turkish official apologists. Impartial Anglo-Saxon philanthropists who detest neither Jews nor Freemasons have verified on the spot, to their own astonishment, evidence to the effect that the massacres were prepared by the local committee press, tolerated by the Young Turkish authorities, and carried out in part with the help of troops sent from Salonika. The Armenian butcher theory bears a family resemblance to Torgut Shevket's theory that the absent Malisori wrecked their own churches and burnt their own houses. Dr. Gaster may rest assured that the full truth about the Adana massacres and their object will one day be revealed. 6th, Dr. Gaster's many Albanian books might at least have taught him not to classify the Mirdites, the strongest Albanian Catholic clan, among the Mohammedan and Orthodox Albanians, and not to speak of the Gegs and Tosks, i.e. the northern and southern Albanians in general, as though they were like the Mirdites and the Clementi, Hoti, etc., clans by themselves. And if, as he says, no Gegs, northerners, nor Tosks, southerners, have shown any sign of revolt, how does he explain away last year's revolt among the Mussulman Gegs of the northeast, the present revolt among the Catholic and Mussulman Gegs of the northwest, and the incipient revolt among the Mussulman and Orthodox Tosks of the south? 7. In referring to the unavowed game played behind the scenes by other powers whom he believes to have egged on the Catholic Malisori to fight, does Dr. Gaster mean to suggest that these other powers induced the Young Turks to cause the revolt by burning the homes and inflicting the bastinado upon the Mussulman and Catholic Malisori after they had submitted and received an official promise of justice and clemency? Or does he merely mean that other powers are striving to profit by the sanguinary blunders which the Ottoman authorities have made under the influence of the Salonika Committee? 8. Jews, writes Dr. Gaster, have never yet been credited with acting like arrant fools, and it would be the height of folly, nay, a political crime, were the Jews to lead the Turks to European intervention and to their own undoing. Yet the fact is that the committee, in which Jews and Donmehs have from the first held influential positions and from whose misdeeds they have never dissociated themselves, has, by its Albanian policy, led the Turks to the verge of European intervention. My own Jewish friends, who are many both among the Sephardim and the Ashkenazim, recognize among the chief failings of their race a tendency to what I may perhaps term brain glory, that is, a certain oriental pride of intellect that forgets to take account of the interests and intelligence of others. Some such failing seems now to be noticeable among the Jews and Donmehs of Turkey, and to be blinding them to the perils to which they are exposing themselves and Jewish communities elsewhere. What those perils are may be judged from incendiary appeals like the following, which a Salonika Musulman recently addressed to his fellow Muslims, and which was published here by the conservative Vaterland on June 13th last. O ye Moslems, have ye heard, since the Constitution was introduced, that any Jew has complained as the other peoples of Turkey complain? The Turks, the Armenians, the Bulgars, the Arabs, the Albanians, the Greeks all feel themselves gripped as in a deadly embrace. The Patriarch of Armenia, the Bulgarian Exarch, the Greek Patriarch complain, and even the Sheikh ul-Islam, who as a true Turk plaintively uttered a few truths, was deprived of his office. Why has the Arch-Haham, the chief Jew, no cause to complain? What has befallen you that ye are so blind, when even the darkest peoples of the Sudan are awakening? Why give ye ear to them of the Ittihad Fereki, Committee for Union and Progress, in Salonika? Are they true Muslims who work for you, or pan-Islam? Since they put the Constitution before you, rising has followed rising, Muslim has raged against Muslim, while the Jew has looked on with folded arms. The journals of Europe set Jewish wisdom before their readers when they gossip of progress in Turkey. How indeed could their Jewish writers work against the plan of their race brethren at Salonika to eat away the power of the Turkish Empire and on its ruins to erect a new Zion? The state of mind which such language represents is, to my knowledge, widespread in the Near East. Hence, my attempt to direct the attention of the enlightened and humanitarian Jews of England and the West to the danger it involves. Dr. Gaster denounces my effort as being in complete accordance with the approved methods of medieval and modern Jew-baiting, quos Deus vult perdere, prius dementat. Those whom God wishes to destroy, he first renders insane. I am, sir, your Vienna correspondent. A strikingly similar series of exchanges would later take place when numerous concerned persons attempted to warn Jews in England that they should disassociate themselves from the Bolsheviks. Yet again, Jewish voices stepped forward, misrepresented what was obviously occurring, and led their flock toward the Holocaust, a Holocaust against which they were specifically warned. Not one to have his arguments so easily and publicly dismissed, the rabbi responded and indulged himself with another disingenuous letter to the editor of the London Times, which was published on the 1st of August 1911, on page 11, Jews and the Situation in Albania, to the editor of the Times. Sir, may I in fairness crave the indulgence of a few lines to reply to your Vienna correspondent, who does not adduce one single statement whereby to weaken the accuracy of the facts mentioned by me in my last letter under the above heading? I will not follow him seriatim. No one denied that Messrs. Carasso and Javid Bey were members of the committee, but that does not mean that these two men wield any perceptible influence over that committee, which consists of a far larger number than believed by your correspondent. No one denied furthermore that at the beginning some of the members of the Young Turks Committee may have found it advisable to meet in a Masonic lodge, but that does not mean that the committee consists of Freemasons and that their work is carried out in the name of Freemasonry. As I stated, they borrowed merely the form and established secret organizations for their propaganda. It is immaterial how far west some of the Young Turks have gone to learn the lesson of forcible nationalization, whether they learned it in Germany or in Austria or in Hungary. It may be a mistaken policy, which no doubt it is, but it has nothing to do with the Jews. Neither Messrs. Carasso, Javid Bey, Muslim, nor any other Jewish member is known to have lived in the West for any length of time to learn the new principle of homogeneous nationality. As Jews, they could not even be a party to it, as it would destroy their own nationality. As for the Albanians, the forcible disarmament a year or two ago, together with the introduction of a new system of administration and taxation, has caused no doubt great dissatisfaction and local ebullition among all the Albanians. But they have easily been put down. The indiscretion of the Hungarian deputy, underlined by the Novoe Vremya, has told the world who it was that armed the Malisori, and the curious neutrality of Montenegro, which instead of disarming rebels crossing the frontier, puts weapons in the hands of unarmed refugees and allowed them to fight the Turks from behind the border, shows what forces are at work. The poor Malisori, who knows nothing of European guarantees, does not understand in his honesty and simplicity how he can give up to the Turks arms which belong to the king of Montenegro, and your correspondent still shifts responsibility on Jewish shoulders, forsooth. As for the massacres in Adana, the facts related to me by people on the spot who have no political axes to grind are briefly as follows. After the abdication of Abdul Hamid, an armed butcher refused to allow in the Armenian church the prayer for the new sultan to be read, and insisted that the name of the Armenian patriarch should be substituted for that of the sultan. A great hubbub ensued. The police were called in to quell the disorder. When leaving the church, the Armenian shot down 2 police at the very door, and of course was in turn shot down himself. This was the spark which set on fire the inflammable material gathered in Adana. The reports of the foreign representatives may be good for blue books, and even your own correspondent does not seem to believe in them. I sincerely trust that the whole truth will, as he states, be one day made known. The circular of the Musulman reproduced from the Vaterland will not frighten even babies. One has seen and read similar articles in a Turkish paper whose editor has also gone to the same school of journalism for his education as the correspondents of a certain section of the European press. May I ask whether before the advent of the Young Turk such a thing as a Red Sultan existed, whether Europe has not been horrified from time to time in years gone by massacres in Armenia on a large scale and Bulgarian atrocities which shocked the conscience of Europe? Had Jews anything to do with them? And why should they be now charged with oppressions and acts insignificant compared to the scale on which atrocities were then committed? Why, if the Jews really have any influence, how is it that the Jews are even now not allowed free entrance in Palestine? The red ticket has not been abolished, and difficulties are placed in the way of larger colonization of Jews in any part of the Turkish Empire. Your correspondence contributions are not calculated to bring peace to the Albanians or create concord among the various nationalities in Turkey. I am, yours obediently, July 27th, M. Gaster. Note the chief rabbi's line in neither Messrs. Karaso, Javid Bey, Muslim, nor any other Jewish member is known to have lived in the West for any length of time to learn the new principle of homogeneous nationality. As Jews, they could not even be a party to it, as it would destroy their own nationality. The rabbi reveals that he was a Zionist segregationist and believed that Jews formed their own separate nation wherever they happened to live. He contradicts the facts, however, because Jews were very much involved in the idea that the empires must be broken up in order for segregated ethno-states to form, in order for a Jewish state to arise in Palestine, and Jews perpetually incited minorities to take revolutionary and nihilistic measures which led to infighting, dissent, revolution, civil war, and the destruction of the cosmopolitan empires in which the Jews were disappearing as a unique ethnic group through assimilation. In the same issue of the London Times on the 1st of August 1911, on page 11 immediately below, Gaster's response to the Times Vienna correspondent, a letter to the editor from George Frederick Abbott, author of several philo-Semitic books about Jews and the Turkish Empire, appeared to the editor of the Times. Sir, when a fortnight ago the letter from Dr. Gaster denouncing your Vienna correspondent appeared in your columns, I felt strongly tempted to write and point out the unfairness and confusion of thought, based upon a remarkably inadequate knowledge of the subject which it revealed, but I resisted the temptation, reflecting that your Vienna correspondent was quite capable of defending himself. I am very glad to see from his admirable letter in your issue of today that my confidence was not misplaced. Nevertheless, as a diligent student of Turkish politics and also as a recognized friend of the Jews, I beg leave to endorse, from personal knowledge, the absolute correctness of every one of your correspondent's statements, and to associate myself with him in the grave and timely warning which he addresses to the Jews of Turkey in the first instance, and to their co-religionists in the West in the second. There cannot be the slightest doubt in my mind that the Jews of Salonika, actuated partly by political Zwollenhead, partly by hatred of the Eastern Christians, and partly by a short-sighted appreciation of their own interests in the commercial struggle which they carry on with them, have done their worst to encourage, if not to inspire, the most rabid among the Young Turk nationalists in the blind and bloodthirsty policy which is now yielding its first fruits in Albania and which will yield more and bitterer fruit tomorrow in Macedonia and elsewhere. I am, sir, yours faithfully, G. F. Abbott. Royal Societies Club, St. James's Street, S.W., July 27th. H. Charles Woods spoke out in defense of the Vienna correspondent in a letter to the editor, which was published in the London Times on the 3rd of August, 1911, on page 4, The Adana Massacres, to the editor of the Times. Sir, as a reader of your Vienna correspondent's letter which appeared in your issue of July 27th, and which deals with the misstatements contained in Dr. Gaster's letter upon the situation in Turkey, will you allow me space briefly to add my testimony in support of your correspondent's statements concerning the Adana massacres? I visited the Cilician Plain a few months after the awful outbreak in that district. As a traveller who detests neither Jews nor Freemasons, I feel absolutely convinced that the massacres were tolerated, if not actually furthered, by Javad Bey and by Mustafa Remzi Pasha, who were respectively the Governor-General and the military commander-in-chief of the Adana Vilayet under the Young Turk central government at the time of the massacres. Neither of these officials received that punishment which was merited by their acts of omission, if not actually of commission. Again, Ihsan Tikri, the editor and proprietor of the Iktidal newspaper published at Adana, for some mysterious reason was only sentenced to be exiled from Adana for 2 years, I believe to Baghdad. When this man escaped from exile, he was not even punished for so doing. Without entering further into details, I am convinced that your correspondent is right in saying that the Salonika troops, who arrived from Rumelia between the two massacres, actually took part in the second slaughter at Adana. At Tarsus, too, the leader of the mob which seized rifles and ammunition from the government barracks on Friday, April 15, 1909, was a well-known Young Turk, at that time said actually to be an important member of the local Committee of Union and Progress. I am, sir, yours faithfully, H. Charles Woods, Royal Societies Club, S.W., July 29th. The Vienna correspondent published the following rejoinder in the London Times on the 8th of August 1911 on page 5, and note that together with Sir Gerard Lowther, ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, the Vienna correspondent for the London Times stated that the Adana massacres of 1909 were instigated by the Young Turk crypto-Jews through their press, and served them to discredit the Sultan at a time when he was regaining his popularity. Jews and the Situation in Albania, a rejoinder to the editor of the Times. Sir, the letter published on August 1st from Mr. G. F. Abbott, the philosemitic author of Israel in Europe, almost relieves me of any obligation to make further rejoinder to the effusions of Dr. Moses Gaster. Unlike Dr. Gaster, Mr. Abbott writes with knowledge. His endorsement of my statements and his recognition that the warning I ventured to address to the Jews of the West was grave and timely constitute in themselves a sufficient vindication of my action. Yet though no facts I can bring forward are likely to shake Dr. Gaster's flamboyant confidence in his own misstatements, chronology has a modest claim to consideration. In regard to the Adana massacres, Dr. Gaster is informed that after the abdication of Abdul Hamid, an armed butcher refused to allow in the Armenian church the prayer for the new sultan to be read and insisted that the name of the Armenian patriarch should be substituted for that of the sultan. A great hubbub ensued. The police were called in to quell the disorder. When leaving the church, the Armenian shot down 2 police at the very door and, of course, was in turn shot down himself. This was the spark which set on fire the inflammable material gathered in Adana. Now, sir, it is a fact that the general massacre began at Adana not later than April 14, 1909, and earlier in some other Cilician centres, whereas Abdul Hamid was only dethroned and the new sultan proclaimed on April 28th. Would Dr. Gaster have us admit the argument ante hoc, ergo propter hoc, as a new dialectical principle? Before the deposition of Abdul Hamid, the committee troops sent from Europe to restore order at Adana were busily engaged in perpetrating the second series of massacres, April 25th to 27th. Dr. Gaster asks whether such a thing as a Red Sultan did not exist before the advent of the Young Turks, and whether Europe has not been horrified in years gone by massacres of Armenians on a large scale. Had Jews anything to do with them? He inquires further. A Red Sultan certainly existed, and his record in procuring assassination and massacre was unique in modern history until it was equalled, if not surpassed, by the Young Turks. Many Turkish critics of the Salonika Committee are, to my knowledge, convinced that one of the objects of the Adana massacres, the ground for which, be it remembered, was prepared by the agitation of Ihsan Fikri, editor of the local committee organ İtidal, which were tolerated by the young Turkish Vali, was precisely to exploit European detestation of the Red Sultan's methods in order to facilitate his dethronement for presumptive complicity in the massacres. The so-called counter-revolution at Constantinople, April 13th, interfered, however, with this alleged calculation and provided another pretext for the dethronement. Ihsan Fikri was subsequently punished by exile, but went to Egypt, where, if I am rightly informed, he made an indiscreet speech incriminating the Salonika Committee. Thence he had the hardihood to return to Constantinople, knowing that the young Turkish authorities would not venture to arrest him. Although an exile on rupture de ban, he demanded and obtained an interview with the Minister of the Interior and was instructed to take up his residence at Konya, where he died suddenly shortly after arrival. Whether Jews had anything to do with previous massacres under Abdul Hamid, I am unable to say from personal knowledge or inquiry, but Dr. Gaster's first letter to the Times brought me from a well-informed Protestant Englishman who has lived for several years in Turkey, a letter from which I quote the following passage. There is nothing antecedently improbable in the idea that Jews should have helped Muslims to oppress or slaughter Christian competitors, e.g., the participation of the Jews of Damascus in the massacre of 1861 and the marking of Armenian houses at the time of the Constantinople massacres in 1896 by the Jews of Haskui, many of whom helped the Kurds, Turks, etc., to loot. Dr. Gaster does not appear to know that nothing ever has been verified as to what started the massacre of Armenians at Adana. A parliamentary commission composed of Agot Bey, an Armenian M-page, and of Yusuf Kemal, a Turkish deputy, went to Adana to investigate the affair. Their report was never published. Agop died very suddenly on August 1st, the day after he had arrived at Constantinople. Yusuf Kemal, a lawyer of some standing, sought and obtained leave to resign his deputyship. He then went to France to study law, and since then has not returned. In consequence of the receipt of the unpublished official report, the government proclaimed the innocence of the Armenians, who then committed the massacre of April 25th to 27th. Had proofs of Abdul Hamid's complicity been discovered, does anyone suppose that the Ottoman chamber would not have advertised the fact? Again, does Dr. Gaster know that there are good reasons for believing that strong pressure was brought to bear on the Ottoman government by members, Muslim and Jewish, of the committee with the object of settling Russian Jews at Adana after the massacres, and that rumour ascribed the failure of this scheme, which would have proved the ruin of many Armenian widows and orphans deprived of their title deeds, to objections on the part of the British Embassy? There is reason to believe, adds my correspondent, that this is the cause of the bitter hostility shown towards the British Embassy at Constantinople by Jewish journalists in Turkey and elsewhere, including London. If the Jews really have any influence, asks Dr. Gaster, how is it that the Jews are even now not allowed free entrance in Palestine? The red ticket has not been abolished, and difficulties are placed in the way of larger colonization of Jews in any part of the Turkish Empire. In writing, thus, Dr. Gaster really presumes too far upon the ignorance of the British public. Careful readers even of British reports of Turkish parliamentary proceedings are aware that the unrestricted entrance of Jews into Palestine is one of the points on which the committee has had to be most careful not to challenge too openly Muslim feeling, and that the revolt of Muslim feeling against the schemes attributed to cosmopolitan capitalists for the colonization by Jews of parts of the Turkish Empire was one of the chief elements in the movement of opinion that caused the fall of Javid Bey from power. This revolt is spreading, and the state of mind which inspires it was drastically revealed in the Musulman appeal against the Jews, quoted from the Vaterland in my first reply to Dr. Gaster. Dr. Gaster, who now lives in England, contemptuously declares that this appeal will not frighten even babies. Did he know from how influential a Muslim quarter it really proceeded, he would perhaps feel some anxiety regarding the position of his co-religionists who have remained in the East. The object of my action was to render that position less perilous by urging the humanitarian Jews of the West to inquire frankly into and to use their influence to check the development of a deplorable situation. If Dr. Gaster's intervention has contributed to prevent the attainment of that object, the responsibility is not mine. I am, sir, your Vienna correspondent. Vienna, August 5 inches. Note the accusations that some Ottoman Jews wanted to eliminate their Christian competition and take their land. The fact that the Armenians served to keep the Turkish Empire alive with their superlative business skills, together with the competition they posed to Jewish interests, was one of the many reasons why so many Jews sought to exterminate the Armenians. One further notes that Jews were known to denounce their neighbors to the authorities in the Soviet Union in order to take over their property, homes, and/or jobs. This was easier for Jews to do because a grossly disproportionate number of Jews held high positions as state officials in the Soviet Union, because Jews often spoke Yiddish, because of the racist tribal loyalty Jews are taught to show to one another, and further because the Jewish religion not only approves of such murderous treachery towards Gentiles, the Jewish religion encourages Jews to kill off their Gentile neighbors and encourages the use of treachery and theft against non-Israelites. You have been enjoying pages 1 through 75 out of 432 pages of forbidden history of the Armenian Holocaust by Christopher John Bjerknes. You can purchase the full book at CJBBooks.com in both paperback and as a PDF file. It is also available at Amazon.com